Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Nanan Abdul Manan MPD, Ketua STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan. STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan memiliki visi menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul dalam bidang pendidikan, teknologi, dan kewirausahaan yang berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam. Dari ketiga aspek besar ataupun triple goals yang kita miliki, yaitu unggul dalam pendidikan, teknologi, dan kewirausahaan, kita akan terus meningkatkan dari ketiga aspek itu. Diantaranya untuk keunggulan di bidang pendidikan adalah melalui peningkatan pendidikan, aspek penelitian, pengabdian masyarakat, dan al-Islam kemuhammadiyahan. Adapun keunggulan yang kedua yaitu keunggulan dalam bidang teknologi, bagaimana kita juga berencana, merancang, dan menjalankan, membangun dari mulai e-campus, digital campus, smart campus, dan integrated campus services. Aspek yang ketiga yaitu keunggulan dalam bidang kewirausahaan. Kita juga membangun business center untuk sivitas akademika STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin. Amma ba'd. Yang terhormat Ketua Majelis Dikti Litbang Pimpinan Pusat Muhammadiyah yang hari ini dihadiri oleh Bapak Muhammad Adam Yerusalem PSD. Yang terhormat Profesor Erwin Sulaiman dari International Islamic University Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Ma'mun Habib dari Independent University Bangladesh, Associate Profesor Dr. Mimi Suhariah Arwani binti Muhammad dari University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, Ketua Sekolah Tinggi Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Bapak Nanan Abdul Manan MPD, Ketua Panitia KIC 2020, Bapak Nana Sutarna MPD, Konsultan KIC 2020, Bapak Dr. Mujiarto MT, dan seluruh peserta yang mengikuti acara International Conference di Kuningan yang sangat saya hormati dan berbahagia. Puji syukur kehadirat Allah bahwa pada kesempatan kali ini kita bisa menyelenggarakan International Conference pertama di Kuningan, dan kami atas nama Sivitas Akademika Universitas Muhammadiyah Kudus mengucapkan terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan oleh tim KIC 2020 Kuningan untuk menjadi salah satu co-host dalam kegiatan di International Conference ini. Dengan tema Future Education, Creative and Innovative Effort to Build Technology Based on Education, kami dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Kudus mengirimkan 10 artikel yang kami kirim dari 3 program studi, dari 3 fakultas, yaitu Fakultas Kesehatan sebanyak 7 presenter, dari Fakultas Saintek, Sains dan Teknologi UMKU 1 dosen, 1 artikel, dan dari Fakultas Ekodigum, dari program studi ekonomi dan dari program studi keguruan atau pendidikan masing-masing 1, sehingga dengan 10 artikel dari penelitian dosen ini bisa mengikuti dalam acara KIC 2020. Kami mengucapkan selamat dan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya atas upaya dosen UMKU dan seluruh dosen-dosen yang mengikuti di acara dari 198 peserta untuk mengikuti acara ini dengan baik. Ini merupakan kegiatan International Conference yang diikuti secara daring. Meskipun dengan daring, insya Allah publikasi ini akan tetap terekam, terekod untuk menjadi publikasi yang akan bisa menembus ke jurnal-jurnal yang bereputasi atau jurnal-jurnal yang terindeks oleh Scopus. Kami atas nama Sivitas sekali lagi mengucapkan selamat keberanian STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan menyelenggarakan International Conference. Semoga publikasi yang dihasilkan oleh para dosen akan menjadi khasanah bagi keilmuan, bagi penelitian-penelitian di internasional. Dan kepada negara-negara yang terlibat, kami ucapkan terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise to God the Almighty of His merciful and blessing as we gather today in the opening of the first Kuningan International Conference 2020 virtually. On behalf of Binus University, as Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all keynote speakers, presenters, committee members who make this conference happen. Today, despite of COVID-19 pandemic, we attend this conference to share our latest research publication and then share our research findings to deliberate to create betterment of the human beings, our environment, our earth, and the future. I'm very happy as a co-host of this conference, Binus has contributed more than 95 manuscripts of our faculty members' latest research. It shows our commitment that we take this conference very seriously and to make this conference a very useful venue to share our knowledge and to get findings, to get feedback from other participants. Therefore, we will create better research and publication in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, that we are gathering here in this conference shows the agility of all of us. We adapt very quickly to the changing environment, to stay productive, to stay creative, and also contributive to the advancement of the science and technology. Keep up of the very good work, and I hope all of you enjoy this conference. Make this conference a very historical moment for all of us, that we can still do something and contribute to the society. This is part of the vision of Binus University 2035, which is fostering and empowering the society through research and innovation, that we would like to contribute to the advancement of the nation. Last but not least, enjoy the conference, stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great conference. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Kami dari STKIP Muhammadiyah Sampit sangat bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan sangat berterima kasih dapat bergabung sebagai co-host dalam kegiatan The First Kuningan International Conference yang diselenggarakan oleh STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan. Kegiatan ini merupakan salah satu manifestasi dari catur dharma perguruan tinggi, yakni sebagai luaran atau publikasi hasil penelitian yang telah dilaksanakan oleh para dosen. Oleh karena itu, kegiatan ini sangat bermanfaat bagi pengembangan pengetahuan dan teknologi. Kami mengajak kepada kita semua untuk bisa bersama-sama mengikuti dan menyimak paparan narasumber dan menyaksikan video presentasi peserta dengan baik. Dan kami berharap Semoga artikel para peserta dapat dipublikasikan pada prosiding internasional yang diinvitasi. Demikian sambutan dari kami. Semoga kita senantiasa dalam lindungan Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Selamat berkonferensi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first Kuningan International Conference 2020. As our welcome greetings, we would like to present to you a traditional welcome dance, Sampurasun dance. Please welcome a great performance of students of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan. This is Sampurasun dance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the first Kuningan International Conference 2020, hosted by Sekolah Tinggi Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan and Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya, co-hosted by Bina Nusantara University, Universitas Muhammadiyah Kudus, and STKIP Muhammadiyah Sampit. First of all, let us pray and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because of His blessing and mercy. Even though we are in the COVID-19 pandemic, we can join in this activity today. Greet and pray to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Good morning, and our very warm welcome to His Excellency, our keynote speakers, Muhammad Adam Jerusalem PhD, Vice Treasury of the Council for Higher Education Research and Development, Central Board of Muhammadiyah, Professor Erwin Sulaiman from International Islamic University Malaysia, Professor Dr. M.D. Ma'mun Habib from Independent University Bangladesh, and Associate Professor Dr. Mimi Nahariah Azwani binti Muhammad from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. The Honorable, the Head of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Candidate Dr. Nanan Abdul Manan MPD. The Honorable, Deputy Head Academic Affairs STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Dr. Chasnan SSI MSI. Deputy Head of Finance STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Hermawan MSI. The Honorable, the Head of BPH STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Dr. Hermawan MSI MPD. The Honorable, the Chair of the Conference, Nana Sukarna MPD. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor for me, Meliana Nur Fitriani from Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya. It is great honor for me, Meliana Nur Fitriani from Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya, to be your master of ceremony for this great event. This conference is a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, social science, and experiences in dealing with education, engineering, computer, and technology, economics, science, engineering, computer, and technology. STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, on behalf of the organizer, STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan and Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya, we wish to extend our warm welcome and thank you to all delegates, representatives, foreign and local participants to this first Kuningan International Conference 2020. To begin the opening ceremony with the blessings, Saputra SPD to read Agung Saputra SPD to read the Holy Quran. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya qila lakum إذا قيل لكم تفكروا تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا
Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah Sang Surya. I invite all participants to stand up in your room. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite the conference chair of the first Kuningan International Conference to deliver his welcoming speech. Please welcome Nana Sutarna MPD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Chairman of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya, and the Honorable Rector of all universities as co-host in the Kuningan International Conference. I want to say thank you to keynote speaker in the first Kuningan International Conference for your willingness to become the speaker in this conference, and also to all the participants of the Kuningan International Conference. The Kuningan International Conference provides an excellent international forum for sharing knowledge and results in theory, methodology, and application of computer science, engineering, and technology in theoretical and practical aspects, and also the topic about health, economic, social science, education, and humanities. The first Kuningan International Conference has received more than 200 submissions from 4 countries as Malaysia, Bangladesh, Mexico, and Indonesia. Each paper has been reviewed by the program committee. The event held by online regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, the oral presentation done using video presentation on Zoom platform. We apologize for this inconvenience. Ladies and gentlemen, this event, supported by several universities as co-hosts, including Universitas Muhammadiyah Kudus, Binus University, and STKIP Muhammadiyah Sampit. The conference program consists of 4 keynote speakers. We would like to thank scientific committee and reviewers, as well as the committee of the STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya, and co-hosts who have participated in the success of this event, so that this event can be held as planned. Thank you very much and enjoy this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Anastarna MPD for the welcoming speech. Okay, I have seen our keynote speaker has joined our Zoom. So let me greet Professor Erwin first. Hello, good morning, Prof. Erwin, and welcome in the first Kuningan International Conference 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by the head of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, His Excellencies Candidate Dr. Nanan Abdul Manan MPD, to deliver his welcoming speech, and afterward, we would like to request him to officially open the first Kuningan International Conference 2020. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana li hada wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadanallah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah la nabiyya ba'dah, amma ba'du. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Excellency, distinguished keynote speakers, the first Mr. Muhammad Adam Yerusalem PhD from Majlis Dikti Litbang, Center Board of Muhammadiyah. The second, Professor Dr. Ma'mun Habib from Independent University Bangladesh. The third, Professor Erwin Sulaiman from International Islamic University Malaysia. And the fourth, Associate Professor Dr. Mimi Naharia from International Islamic University Malaysia. And of course, it is a special agenda with a good partnership with Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasik. And of course, I would like to thank to co-hosts from Binus University, Universitas Muhammadiyah Kudus, and STKIP Muhammadiyah Sampit, and happy all committee STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan and UMTAS in collaboration. For this time being, we would like to thank God, Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, because from the first Kuningan International Conference for this time being, we are carrying out in a good conditions, even though we are today in pandemic COVID-19, but we can continue in this agenda with a good condition. And of course, salawat and salam be with our Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And well, audience, the first Kuningan International Conference, this is the strategic agenda for us. We can collaboration, and of course we can share scientific information. It is related with applied science, engineering, computer, technology, education, health, economic management, social science, and humanities. Of course, for this era, it is related with our vision of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan. STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan to be excellent in education, technologies, and entrepreneurship based on Islamic values. Of course, to support one of those vision, the first Kuningan International Conference to force our campus to be better in collaboration with many universities for this distinguished agenda. And of course, I would like to give some reason why we would like to carry out the first Kuningan International Conference. At least
that how to make academic collaborations. Without any collaboration, of course, in our academic or non-academic of reason. It is the basic thing that we should collaborate for everything to be better than before. And the second, academic innovation. Of course, by means of the first Kuningan International Conference, we would like to find out what is the innovation for our academic or non-academic perspectives. And many participants in this occasion, I would like to thank because you have concern in many perspective of your scientific or academic perception, and being we can read before. And of course, in this condition, yesterday we have known about the Industrial Revolution 4.0, and then before we have understood much about Industrial Revolution 4.0, we are faced to Industrial Revolution 5.0. And of course, for this time being, we are in a pandemic COVID-19. We are forced to find out what is the innovations of our academic. And COVID-19 forced us to create as our life is not only for our life, but of course in our education and management. And of course, FUCA condition or volatile, uncertain, complexity and ambiguous willingness that we can find the newest of our life to be better than before. And of course, by reciting, and of course we hope many our life is not only for management, and of course uncertain international conference will be running well. By reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open the first Kuningan International Conference. And thanks to all distinguished keynote speakers, and of course I would like to thank to all participants and all committees who have prepared well in this agenda. Thank you very much. Nasrul minallah wa fatun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the head of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Candidate Dr. Nanan Abdul Manan MPD, for his welcoming speech. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main agenda, the presentation of the conference topic that will be delivered by all great keynote speakers. Before we go further, I would like to inform you the important things and the rules of joining this conference. Today, we will have 4 professional keynote speakers, and we will divide it into 2 sessions. In each session, we will have 2 keynote speakers, which is each speaker will have 30 minutes for presentation, and after that, we will have question and answer session for 10 minutes. And if you have any question during the presentation, please type them into the chat box or YouTube comments. Then I will bring them up into the Q&A session. Don't forget to mention your name, your institution, and state to which speaker you address your question. And the important things, all participants are requested to attend the event until the end, because we will send you the attendance link and inform you about certificate at the end of the event. And during the event, please activate your video and mute the microphone that will distract you from listening to this conference. And please avoid to share the screen during the presentation. Thank you for your attention. The cooperation of all participation is very meaningful for the smooth running of this conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's begin this conference that we are waiting for with the first session. And in the first session, we will have great keynote speakers. They are Muhammad Adam Jerusalem PhD and Professor Erwin Sulaiman. Each presentation will have 30 minutes. Before the presentation begin, allow me to introduce Mr. Adam Jerusalem as the first keynote speaker. And first, let me greet him first. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Adam. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Adam. I'm sorry, Mr. Adam, you are still mute your microphone. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Adam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right. Okay, Mr. Adam has joined us in this Zoom, and he's ready for this conference. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Mr. Adam is the lecturer of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta and Vice Treasury of the Council for Higher Education Research and Development, Center Board of Muhammadiyah. He accomplished PhD in Industrial Management from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. His research interests are about decision analysis, garment industry management, industrial engineering, and creative industry. And now, please welcome Mr. Adam Jerusalem PhD. Okay, time is yours, Mr. Adam. You have 30 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. The Honorable Pak Ketua STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, Pak Nanan, the Honorable co-host of the Kuningan International Conference, all the committee, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. It is a great pleasure for me to be here at the Kuningan International Conference, the first international conference that be held by STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan. So, on behalf of the Council for Higher Education, Research and Development, we and I are very happy that STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan can help this valuable international conference, of course with all of the co-hosts, Humanities Muhammadiyah, Tasikmalaya, and others, and also all the participants. The theme that I received from the committee is about the creative and innovation efforts to build technology. My time is about 30 minutes, so if I just approaching the time, the final time, please moderator to remember me. Okay, thank you. So nowadays it's very different with the previous year and decade, and also maybe a century. That now we do things in the different way, not in the linear way, but in the radiant way. What the difference of the linear thinking and radiant thinking? Linear thinking is thinking by step, from A to B to C, D, and so on. However, differently with the linear thinking, radiant thinking, we do the thing simultaneously. So maybe we can do the D process, and after that, because any occasion, then we do the other process or the other thing. Yeah. in the digital era right now, for example, we can do the conference, more than one or two conference by virtual, implementing Zoom, for example, in the same time. I think most of you have this this thing. Yeah, maybe in the same time you have some invitation that you have to. Yeah, you have to join to those 2 or 3 invitations. Yeah, so then you think many things in that occasion. Yeah, more than one process, one thing that you think about. So nowadays it's very different, completely different with the previous. That the type of linear thinking is slow, follow the flow, and differently radiant thinking, very fast, simultaneous, and doom. So this is the picture of the linear thinking, and the other one is about the radiant thinking. About the creativity, one of the theme of this Kuningan International Conference. Yeah, the creativity. What is the creativity? The creativity is what we call it intersection from the 3 big parts that we call expertise, motivation to do something new, and then a creative thinking skill. Yeah, we cannot think creativity without thinking skills, without any motivation at all, and any skill, competence, or expertise. So the 3 components of the creativity that very important for us is the expertise. Yeah, it is about technical, procedural, intellectual, and knowledge. And also the second part is about the creative thinking skill, how flexibility and imaginatively people approach a problem. And the third part is about the motivation. This is intrinsic thing that every human have, and it's more effective than extensive. So the creativity is the intersection of the 3 components. Yeah, when we talk about creativity, innovation, and so on, maybe we can also talk or discuss about the mindset, skills, and concept. We can call it an ST set. Yeah, the MST set. Maybe I can make it slideshow so you can see the big picture. The mindset is about how to do something, how to see, how to view, how to perceive something. It means that a mindset is about a set of way of thinking and habitual mental attitude. The second thing is a skill set. This is about how to act and how to behave. Yeah. To do something, we have to have the skill, for example. Yeah. And skill set, it means about the knowledge, abilities, and understanding. The last thing is about the tool set. Yeah. It means how to get something, how to have, and how to use. And it means that tool set that about the method. It's about the technique and model. So this is a bigger picture of the MSD set approach that very creative and innovative thinking. So this is a MST set. And what is the creativity? Yeah. Creativity is thinking a new thing. Yeah. Thinking a new thing. Thinking if we do the same thing, that is not the creativity, but it is a iteration. And what is the innovation? The innovation is doing the new thing. So these three are big difference. If we do the same thing, that is iteration. If we thinking for the modified something, the regular thing, that is definition, the easy definition of the creativity. And the last thing is do new things about innovation. So creativity is the thinking about the different thing or new thing. So creativity, if we make in the taxonomy bloom, we know that there is a taxonomy bloom. The evaluation is the highest criteria, highest level of the thinking. And there is the modified of the taxonomy bloom, the create or the creativity, then is the more important, right? It's the hot or high order thinking skill and advanced low order thinking skill based on the taxonomy bloom. So I think from this conference that we held from STKIP, Muhammadiyah, are very familiar with this thing. Remembering, understanding, applying is the lower order thinking skill, and the above analyzing, evaluating is about the high order. So this is still some kind of the taxonomy bloom. Okay, thinking process. Yeah. This is what the process of thinking. We can categorize the thinking process into four different types. For example, organized, and then analytical, critical, and creative thinking. The first is about organized. It means comparing one to the other. Organized can be defined also as the grouping. Organized can also define as the make the order and generalization. And the second one is about the core thinking process. Yeah, this is analytical thinking. And after we do the organizing the thing in the thinking process, we do the analytical. Make it from the general to partial. Make the comparison between the group. Make the order sequence thing, and then after we analyze, we can do the we come to the creative process. That means the create, design, or planning, and generate something. This one is what's it? Yeah, this one create is about the tool. Yeah, that I mentioned before. MST, the T refers to the tools, and the create here is one of the tools that we can do a tool to create something, and in the create process. And the last the last process of the core thinking process is about the critical thinking. This about the process of analysis, evaluation, and selective. We also have the tool in this process, in the critical process, named camper. Yeah. If we have the time, later I will discuss about it. So here the global picture of a core thinking process, that when we think for something, yeah, we can think by sequence, process, first organize, and then analytical, and then create, and then critical critical thinking process. Yeah. Then, what is the difference of the creative thinking skill and the critical thinking skill? Creative thinking skill is about the ability to go beyond the existing, to create novel or new and interesting idea. Yeah, that is creative thinking skill. And we have a tool that is a create. And then what is the critical thinking skill? The critical thinking skill is the ability to analyze and evaluate ideas in order to form a judgment. So the key word of the critical thinking process is about analyze, evaluate, while the creative thinking skill, as I mentioned in the previous, that is about the create new or novel thing. So, what is the process of the creativity? We have three process here, three P's. Consists of three P. What is the first P? The first P is first people, because we do because human can learn something by some process. Yeah. Maybe generic process or specific process, then we have the product. So this is the process of creativity: people, process, and product. And now we come to the example here. This is a set of mineral bottle. Yeah. That is a different bottle that produced by a manufacturing. Maybe very thin, quite thick, tall, quite short, and so on. Even even the color and also the shape. So. The other example is mobile phone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you have more than one mobile phone from the first mobile phone that you have before, and maybe right now you have already changed several times to follow the technology. So this is the pretty example of the creativity and innovation. And when we think about the creativity, thinking the new thing, there is a tool, the first tool, that can help us. Name SCAMS. SCAMS is a brief of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 word and 6 process, 6 components. The first component is size, second color, and the third one is use, material, part, and shape. if we want to create a product here, the second column, so we can modify the regular product, the regular thing, and yeah, and so on. We can modify in several components here. One or two or all of the components, 6 components. We can modify maybe the size. We can also modify the color. Yeah, we can like the bottle of mineral water. As the example before, that the size very different. Yeah. And even though the color is quietly same, but what's it? Tutup bottle is different in the previous example. There's a red color, green, and also blue. Most of them are blue. And we can also modify the use. For example, for the mobile phone, we know that there is a change of the use of the mobile phone. Previously, we only use the feature of call and message, SMS and call, and maybe in the previous maybe 10 or 20 years ago, but nowadays mobile phone have many functions there. Camera for selfie. I think nobody will buy the mobile phone if the mobile phone there is no camera. Yeah. And internet access, so we can browse in the virtual site and so on. And because the use and maybe the size, so it makes some consequences. For example, in the material, if we want to make a mobile phone very tiny, small, so the manufacturer have to think, research, and develop the new material that accommodates, of course, the part and shape. And for the process, maybe SCAM I think is very fit for the product. I mean, thinking the new product, we can implement a SCAM tool. However, if in the process we still can use the SCAM, but we have to modify something. Yeah, even though that's not really quite a fit, but maybe we can also accommodate it. For example, the size in the process, it's about the time, people, calls, about color, display, and so on. Yeah. So, what are you analyzing by implementing the SCAM tools? As what size, how big is it, what size can it be compared to, what if the size was changed, what the difference would it make, about the color, what if the color were changed, what the difference would be made, what the third component used, what is the target market was changed, and how would it be used for the material component, what if the material were changed, what difference would that make, and so on, until the shape. This is about the process, input, process, and output. I think regular structure. input, process, output, but in the term of the thinking process, this is the model of creativity model, and the first one is just I described in the previous slides. And maybe this is a quotation from Steve Jobs. Before I continue about the structural thinking process, creativity is just connecting. When you ask creative people how they did something, they feel a little guilty because they didn't really do it. They just saw something, just seem obvious to them after a while. Quotation from Steve Jobs. New is the formula of new is old and then plus create. We can create or we can produce a very modern, mobile phone because we have a previous version. The old version of the mobile phone. The old is not useless. It's still very valuable, and then make modify something in the old thing, then become a new. Okay, generative process in the generate idea. We have the second tools, that is a create. What is the create? Create. Same with the scrum that have component. Create here. Create 5 components. The first component is combine. Combine is make a merge. Make a bigger, and then the second component is reverse. Make it reverse. And then relay out, and the third step is eliminate. We can eliminate something. We can delete one component if we want. If we do not want to again, and eliminate can consist of the process and make it smaller than before. For example, we as we know that in the previous mobile phone very thick, right now, very slim. That is eliminate definition. And then after that we come to the alternative. We can change some parts, some material, and we can also change the function, propose the new thing as the alternative. Twist, it consists of the process bypass, twist, and elaborate. Elaborate means make it breakdown, make it in detail and so on, and elaborate. Is the process of the combine. When we do innovation process, the successful idea here is the final product from the many process or many previous ideas. Not when we think things and then come up with the final of successful idea, maybe almost impossible if just only new idea. Maybe from many ideas, and then we eliminate one or two idea and then explore idea, and then analyze again, reduce it from 10 to from 100 to 10 good idea, and then finally we have one successful idea. I mean, the successful idea, the innovation thing is not result from one thing, one idea. Creativity, already I discussed, and now is about the innovation. Yeah, innovation is intersection from the big part, three big parts: technology, business, variability, and also human values. So innovation is comprised from the three big parts. The type of innovation here, we do the innovation in the several types. Yeah. The first of the innovation process is duplication. Yeah. Duplication in Indonesia, we very know about the first term ATM, amati, tiru, modifikasi. So yeah, seeing the something, analyze, and produce the same thing and modify it, copy, paste, but we add the third process by modification. Duplication also, yeah. The second process of the innovation, innovation is expansion. Make the expansion, and then the third type of the innovation is synthesis. Yeah, make the combination with the existing product, and the fourth type of the innovation, the highest, is the invention. We create the new thing. Create the new thing, not similar products, similar ideas, similar process as the previous. Okay. Scan the first tool, and then second tool create for the generated idea, and then for the innovation we have a tool there called by camper. This is for the evaluating process. In the critical thinking process, we discussed before that we have a creative thinking, and then the critical thinking. In the critical thinking here, we have a tool named by Camper that consists of 6 components. The first component is consequences, yeah, outcome, impact of the new product. We think of the new product, what is the impact, what is the consequence or outcome of the new product, and then the assumption. The third component is main issue. Yeah, it make us focus in the some product. The fourth component is prejudice. What is the prejudice of the new product, evidence, and the last component is relevant. What is the relevance of the new product in the field, in the practical, or in the market? Yeah. when we do the evaluation of critical thinking, we can implement camper, and in the first component, consequences, we can make the question, to make a trigger in the more critical thinking. What consequence, impact, effect create, the criteria is most minimum consequence, the assumption, what the approaches, the criteria is assumption and approach is the highest truth, certainty, main issue. What is issues focus on target of the create is the previous tools, and the criteria is about the issue, subject, focus, target that is most suitable with the proposal. Guys, this is used when there are several options that are relatively the same. So, hence, assumptions that have the most supportive factor, and the evidence. This is used when there are several options that are relative the same as well. The criteria, which has the most examples and reliable or relevant question, is what it is used when there are several options that are relative same criteria, which has the strongest relevance. That is the camper, and I think that's all from my presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry, the time is more than 30 minutes. Thank you very much, the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. What an excellent presentation about creative and innovative efforts to build technology. And for just a reminder for all participants, please be sure to type your question into the chat box. Write your name, your institution, and state to which speakers you address your question. But hold on your questions. We will have the Q&A session after the second keynote speakers. So next, I'm honored to invite Professor Erwin Sulaiman as the second keynote speaker. All right, Assalamualaikum, Professor Erwin. Assalamualaikum, Professor Erwin. All right, so Professor Erwin hasn't joined this Zoom meeting. Okay, so we will have Q&A session. So please, if you have any question, please ask. You can put your question into the Zoom chat, or you may raise your hand in a Zoom. All right, now, Mr. Adam, I have a question from David Randi from Budi Luhur University. Okay, dear Mr. Adam Jerusalem, when doing long collaborative study, sometimes communicating with our research partners can be a challenge, let alone maintain their creativity and or keep the group motivated. From your point of view, how can we maintain a group for researchers' creativity and keep them motivated while doing a year of collaborative research? Okay, time is yours for Mr. Adam to answer this question. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak David Randy from Kudus University. Very good question. That asks about how can we maintain a group of researchers' creativity and keep them motivated while doing a long year of the collaboration research. Yeah, in terms of the creativity, we know that from the reference that creativity comprise or consists from the three component. One of them, one motivation that you mentioned in your question, and the second one is both expertise and the third is creative thinking. Now, the question, I think, maybe this relates with the creativity, but I relate this not only about the creativity itself, but maybe related to the other factors. For example, maybe human interest among the researchers team, personal touch, and so on. But if we back to the concept of the creativity, to the motivation, maybe we can motivate them through what is their section that he or she is very expert in. Maybe if we have the collaboration research with our colleagues, but one of the section of the research is not part of his or her expertise, maybe he or she will have low motivation, maybe no motivation at all, because they don't have the expertise in that field. For example, like that, if we back to the three big components of the creativity, and the second component is about the creativity thinking skill. So it is also have the relationship with the motivation in terms of the creativity. So maybe our member of research team, they think just regularly, no new idea, new research idea, and so on. Maybe the skill of the creativity thing is valuable. So I already described some of those there to the easy when we do the when we think about the creativity. So, Pak David, I think, it's very complicated when we have some relationship with others. Maybe not only about the creativity in the research team, but also maybe about the of the team, intimate relationship among the team and so on. But in terms of the creativity, I think the expertise is the most important thing. thing, yeah, in the creativity, yeah, when we do the collaborative job. I think like not
All right, thank you for the explanation, Mr. Adam. Thank you for Mr. Adam, I have two questions for you. This is for Michael from Binus University. And the question is, how can we implement the principles of cognitive development onto building excellence creation towards innovation? And then the second question is from Heruna Tanti from Binus University. And the question is how to manage the motivation of job if it's already a long time doing and to increase creativity. Okay. Time is your Mr. Adam to answer this question. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Adam. Thank you for Mr. Adam, I have two questions for you. This is
can you hear my voice?
Michael from Binus University. And the question is, how can we implement the principles of cognitive development onto building towards innovation? And the question is how to manage the motivation job if it's already a long time doing. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Adam, to answer.
Okay, the question from Michael.
Thank you.
Binus. I don't know.
I have two questions for you.
Can you hear my voice?
Michael from Binus University. And the question is, can we implement of
Can I solve the question? Okay. Implement the principle of cognitive construct creation toward the innovation. Yeah, very good and difficult question actually for me. Yeah, if we back to the concept of the innovation is the new thing. Yeah, I think the key point is based on the creative thinking. Yeah, thinking the new thing, and then when we found the successful idea and then and the solid idea that we sure it will be work in the practical, yeah, then just implement it or just do it. So then we will have a new thing. That is the innovation according to the reference that I read. And in terms of the innovation, again, there are three components: technology, business, and human values, yeah, desirability, disability in the component of the human values. So we we can optimize the technology to make some thing new. For example, when we do a business in the digital era like now, yeah, we can optimize the technology, digital technology to do our business. In business here, in terms of the economic base or the other fields, for example, in the university, we can also come up with some information system to our daily activity. So I think keep think new thing, make several alternative, and just pick one the best idea that it will work in the practical. My answer like that, Pak Michael Sick, and maybe I continue to the preceding question, or enough? About Bu Heruna Tanti, Bu Moderator, how to manage the motivation in our jobs, if already long time doing and to increase creativity. If we do something that we are competent, we are very love in this field, I think we will have a high motivation to do something in that field, and always think the new thing. Maybe we can exercise it in the daily activity. We think new thing always. So maybe we can high motivation. If we just do the regular thing, the routine, maybe we will have the low motivation, something like that. Thank you very much for the questions, Bu Heruna. Am I still time?
All right, thank you for Mr. Adam for the explanation. Thank you from Binus University for the questions. I hope Mr. Adam explanation can answer your question. Because we don't have time anymore for the Q&A session, so I'm sorry, Mr. Adam. We have to move to the second keynote speakers. Okay, thank you, Mr. Adam Jerusalem. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, next I'm honored to invite the second speaker, Professor Erwin Sulaiman. Okay, let me greet him first. Assalamualaikum, Professor Erwin. All right, could you please check the sound? Assalamualaikum. Maybe you're still mute your microphone. I couldn't hear your voice. Hello, Mr. Erwin. Good morning.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, nice to see you again, Professor Erwin. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, let me introduce our second speaker. Professor Erwin Sulaiman is Professor of Mechanical Engineering Department, International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is a Technical Manager of International Islamic University, Malaysia, Impedance Tube Lab for ISO 17025. He accomplished his PhD in Aerospace Engineering in Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, USA in 2019. He has published 9 articles on Scopus. One of them is titled Conceptual Design of FDM 3D Printers Heated Bed Leveling Tool by using TRIZ Inventive Solution Approach. Okay, so well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Erwin Sulaiman. Time and place are yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good morning to everybody. So my presentation in this conference will be on the topic of my field, which is aeroelasticity. Let me present my slide. Let me check. Okay, host disable participant screen sharing. I would appreciate if you can make it able for me to do the share screen. Can the host open or let me do the sharing screen?
Okay, Mr. Erwin. Prof?
Yeah. Would you mind please to, okay, thank you. We'll open my presentation here now. Alhamdulillah. Let me put it. Okay, so my topic today will be on the aeroelasticity. This is my field, okay, and it is considered to be one of the most challenging design requirement on the certification of new aircraft. Okay, so the content of my presentation will be as follows. So I will start with the aircraft industry and then some item on the certification standards, and then aircraft engineering itself, and then go directly to the topic that we like to discuss, which is aeroelasticity in the analysis and test, and then followed by conclusion. So this is the aircraft industry that usually we know something like Airbus, Boeing, or even in Indonesia here we have PTDI, right? Dirgantara Indonesia. I work in the IPTN for like 23 years. So usually in the aircraft industry, we divide it into some divisions, which is engineering, directorate technology, we call it, manufacturing, maintenance, and of course we have business and management, marketing, everything there, and R&D. So this is the aircraft business process usually that drive the design of the aircraft. If you can see in the slide here, it starts with the market need determination. This is very important because the reason is aircraft design is very expensive, extremely expensive. So that we should not make a wrong market prediction. That is one thing that we need to be careful. So it means that in the previous slide, let me return back to the previous slide here. Sorry, here. The market need is very important here. So that this will drive if, let's say, Airbus or Boeing will go bankrupt or no. It is really much dependent on this market need here. Okay, I will discuss actually later on this. But then after that, after you have the market need, let's say for example, the market in the next 10 years will need 400 passenger aircraft. So that is the airplane definition. So then the industry will do the study. What is the 400 passenger here? How to do it? And then we will go to the center here, engineering. So the engineering will implement that one, that goal to have the 400 passenger aircraft. Okay. And then of course, when we are dealing in the engineering here, I work in PTDI in engineering. So we always consult with the customer as well as the manufacturing, because we have to make sure that everything that we design should be, can be manufactured. Okay. And then after we finish with this, then we go the airplane production. So then here we come the, what we call it, certification, because everything that we need to design should be safe. That is the second goal that you need to be careful when you are working in the aircraft design. The first one is of course market need, and the second one is the certification, the standard, the airworthiness, the safety of the aircraft. Because if you design which is not safe, then it is also useless, and so cannot be marketed. So then, and so on. Then we will go to the airplane delivery, airplane operation, and so on. Okay. And so during this time also we check our safety of the aircraft, even during the operation. Okay. So the aircraft design. One thing that you need to be, we need to be careful when we do the aircraft design is, because the nature of the aircraft design is multidisciplinary nature. Multidisciplinary nature. So for example, if you, let's say that I want to increase the passenger capacity. Okay, I like to increase the passenger capacity. So in the new aircraft, it means that if you want to reduce the passenger capacity, it means that I need to reduce the structure as much as possible, the structure of the aircraft, because otherwise it will be too heavy. But when you reduce the structure of the aircraft, then you go reducing the structure stiffness of the aircraft. And then if you reduce the structure stiffness of the aircraft, then you will have a problem, vibration, flutter, and so on, which is, we call it aeroelasticity. So the speed will be reduced. But reducing the performance of the aircraft by reducing the speed is also not a good choice, because the speed is the technical spec which is very important for the aircraft. For example, if you, let's say that you want to buy a car, for example, the car has 12 passengers, let's say in that way, but the speed is only 100 km per hour. Maybe it is not a good choice. We wish that the speed of the car can be something like, let's say 200 km per hour, for example. Okay, but this is the conflicting problem here. Increasing the passenger speed will reduce the passenger number, then it will ultimately reduce the speed. So also, if the market say that, for example, we need now a very fast aircraft, so we design the aircraft with high speed. By using, if you increase the aircraft speed, most likely you need to increase the structure stiffness. But increasing the structure stiffness will increase the structure weight. And then increasing the structure weight will reduce the passenger capacity. So as we can see here, that there is some conflicting problem. This is just one example. Actually, there are many examples on the aircraft that we need to do what we call it optimization to find the best answer or the best design. And that is the one that make it different between Boeing and Airbus, for example. There are some different consideration on the design that make them unique between Airbus and the Boeing, for example. Okay, so let's go into more deeper, okay, on the aircraft design here. Let's say that we decide to reduce the structure weight. The problem is when we reduce the structure weight, meaning that you reduce the structure stiffness. It is more flexible. If it is more flexible, without any design standard, then your aircraft will fail. There will be structural failure, which is beyond or less than the target. Okay, so this is the one which is important here. We need to impose a design standard to ensure that the structure still safe to fly. Okay, so that is the one that why it is important, design standard here. Okay, so the design standard here has there are many countries that adopting the design standard. Our country here, Indonesia, is under DSKU here, or DGCA. I'm sorry, I think we need to check the latest, maybe this institution name is changed, but it means that one, the one who deal with the airworthiness of the aircraft. Okay? So DGCA or DSKU. The regulation that we usually, the name of the regulation is, we call it CSAR, right? And then the oldest one is from US, of course. The institution is FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. And the regulation name is FAR, Federal Aviation Regulation, okay? So, and then Europe is, we call it EASA, and the regulation name is CS. In Malaysia, we call it MCAR, and in Russia is FP. Okay, this regulation here, actually, there are some little differences among them, except for the FP here. There are some bit different with the Western countries, but MCAR, CS, FAR, and CSAR here has, we can say, similar content, except just, let's say, 1% different, which is not substantial. Okay, so if we go further, because the US is the first one who submitted, so this is usually the one that we refer. So they have several number of the regulation. For example, here, Part 25, so the number is for Part 1, Part 2, and so on, until hundreds of number, right? So Part 25 is the regulation for the design standard of civil transport fixed wing aircraft. So Airbus, Boeing, Bombardier, for example, and of course the PTDI, Indonesian Aircraft Industry, should follow this one, Part 25. Okay, if they want to sell it in international communities, especially to the Northern America, for example. A small aircraft, which is only 19,000 pound here, less, is Part 23. This is for small aircraft. So, for example, PTDI currently is manufacturing an N219, N219, N219 aircraft. It is considered to be under Part 23. And then, of course, helicopter, so rotary wing, for normal transport, and so on. Main free balloon. And then, recently, we have what we call it light sport aircraft, LSA, and which is the weight is less than 1.320 pound, right? So, the FAR is not yet make a regulation for this small aircraft. So we refer to what we call it STM F2245, which is a bit similar to Part 23. So PTDI, when I was working there, is designing one aircraft, NMX-1, which is under this light spot aircraft. And finally, UFE. UFE, there is no regulation right now for based on the civil aviation regulation, but in military we have. So in military we use what we call it standard agreement 4671. So this is used by NATO countries. Okay. So NATO countries. So usually if we have to design the UFE, we refer to this one. Again, there are some similarities between this standard 4671 with the Part 23. So for that one. Okay, but just this week I heard that FAA plan to publish this regulation for this UFE. So finally, after long years, finally FAA decided to publish this design standard for the UFE. Perhaps the reason is because UFE becoming now common in the airspace. Okay, this is the part that I like to share. Like, let's say, for example, Boeing. Okay, the Boeing, but it is almost the same as the EASA also. Let's say that you design the aircraft. Then you need to fulfill this Federal Aviation Regulation here, 21, 25, 36. What is this? It will be described in the next slide. So if you fulfill this requirement, then you obtain Airplane Design Approval, TC, okay? Type certificate, which is very difficult and very prestigious. If your aircraft has the TC approval from FAA, then your aircraft we can say that your aircraft can be marketed in other countries as well, including Europe. Okay, production certification. After you have the TC type certificate, then you got the TC production certificate, right? So this is also produced by FAA. And then after that, airworthiness certification, because you have to do the, for continuing airworthiness of the aircraft, you need to do the airworthiness certification here. And then come to the airplane operational certification. For example, airliners, something like Lion Air, Air Asia, Garuda, for example, need to have operational certification. If they fly Boeing aircraft, then they need to be approved by FAA. So FAA will check the operational of the aircraft for this airline here. So they will check it, our readiness or our capability to operate the aircraft. Okay, and so on. So to be more detailed, the one that I said before, the standard design is Part 25. It is related to the aircraft itself. Part 33 is related to the engine. Okay. 34 is emission. Yeah, this is important because of the green or global warming here. Is said that it is related to the pollution due to the transportation. So it needs to have this Part 34 emission here. Okay, and if you use propeller, of course you have to use Part 35, and as well as Part 36. Noise is very important because your aircraft will approach a community near the airport. Okay, it should not be the noise should not be beyond the maximum noise permitted. Okay, so it means that the engine, everything there should be lower than the maximum permitted noise level. Okay. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 to 5 requirement that need to be considered in when you design the aircraft. So I work only in a small part of this part 25 here, part 25 and part 23, only a small part, which is on aeroelasticity only. Some other of my friends, of course, working in other part of this regulation. Okay, so let me continue to the aircraft engineering itself. Now, this is the one that I work, okay? So aircraft engineering consists of several divisions. So this is flight physics, we call it, flight structure and flight system, okay? To be, I like to enlarge it, the division in this aircraft engineering here. So the flight physics consists of aerodynamics. Of course, your aircraft should be streamlined. The drag should be as low as possible. The lift should be as good or as high as possible. It should be statically and dynamically stable. And then if required, we need to have a control, of course. And then configuration design and performance. Okay, so these are the 4 big groups in the flight physics. So which is usually the group here do in the beginning of the process. We call it conceptual design. So they are doing the first job there. Try to find what is the best shape for our design. And then after that, then coming the flight structure. The one that I work here is in the flight structure divided into 2 groups, structure design and structure analysis. I am in aeroelasticity here, in the one in here. So vibration and so on is aeroelasticity. So we will do much deeper on this subject here. There are some other groups which is equally important, which is the first one is flight system. The flight system consists of the airframe crew, propulsion, hydraulic, electrical, FCS, okay, and so on, landing gear and so on. Okay. So I deleted many parts here, which is because otherwise it will be too long. So we can say that the aircraft development will cover this many important things here, okay, which should give the answer which one is the best design. This is one example in my company before. So this is the structure design group. They designed this type of structure here. The harness design, piping, everything here is from the system, flight system. Structure design here, and so on. The structure analysis, perform calculation, look at here in the to check the stress distribution, and so on. Okay, so and then we do some system structure integration. Okay, one of example, the one that currently is doing in the APDI is N219 aircraft. As you can see here, 19 passenger aircraft. But I work on it in the first part of the conceptual design. So. Okay, anyway, let's continue. This N219 here is planned to have or can be used for very multi-role aircraft. So for the commercial here, as a cargo aircraft, utility, military can be also medevac, search and rescue, or police patrol. So, okay, so many things that we can do. As I said before, previously, actually before N219, we plan to to design this aircraft, NMX development project. This NMX project here is related actually to one company which is built in Malaysia, and then this is a company, a joint venture between Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, as far as I know. So they asked our company at the time to design this aircraft. So we designed for them. This is the aircraft. The engine is at the back here. Unfortunately, after we passed the preliminary design, the company is discontinued because I think there are some problem with the company. So we didn't continue with this aircraft here. Actually, we have done until wind tunnel test, and the performance of the aircraft is good. This is jet, okay, jet aircraft. Okay, so then I like to return back to the flight structure design, structure analysis. As we said, in the structure analysis, usually we start with the load. What is the load of the aircraft, which is coming from the aerodynamic load, landing gear, landing dynamic, gas, and so on, okay, during the maneuver. Then go to the stress analysis, aeroelasticity, weight and balance, and fatigue. Okay, so now let's go to the one that we are looking for, aeroelasticity. What is that? So aeroelasticity is fluid structure interaction. Okay, fluid structure interaction. So there is a diagram here. We call it color triangle diagram. That's how the interaction between aerodynamic, elastic, which is structure, and mass, inertial forces. Okay, I think I like to continue with some of the movie that related to this aeroelasticity. This is you can check it actually in the YouTube. Let me open the movie now. Let me see here. Sorry. Let me check if I can share it. Okay. Sorry. New share. Sorry. I will return back to the movie. Wait. Okay, it doesn't show up. Wait. I think I need to wait. Screen sharing, yes, screen sharing. I think. So then we will go to the I'm sorry, I think the movie doesn't work. I have already prepared it, but somehow it doesn't work. It is very impressive movie because it shows the flutter or the aeroelastic instability of some aircraft that until destroy the aircraft. Okay, let me try one more time. Okay, good. Not this one. Okay, I think let me just go here. This is from YouTube. I hope that you can see it. This is aero design of UFV. Look at here. The aircraft is destroyed during the demonstration. It is repeated again. Destroy, right? So this is the what we call it aeroelasticity is as dangerous as that one. If your aircraft is not designed according to the according to the, there is one more movie that I like to share. This is, we call it Tacoma Bridge movie. Let me check. I think, let me just go. You can take it from YouTube, what this type of movie here. This is Tacoma Bridge that connects the two islands. I mean the main island of America and the other island. Okay, so something like Madura and Java, right? The bridge is suspended by the cable. Okay, as you can see here, you can see that the wind is not that strong. Look at the what you call it, the tree. The tree is not bended. Actually, look at the tree. It is not bended if you see carefully. But even by a small, I mean, a medium speed of the wind, the bridge destroyed. Here, look at here. The bridge. It happens in I think 1950s, 1950. Look at again the tree. The tree is not that bended because of the high wind, because the wind is light, but because of wrong design, the bridge becomes unstable. This is we call it in engineering second torsional mode. This man here left his car because he cannot move it, and then finally destroy. Yeah. Look at here. The bridge become destroyed, as bad as that one. Okay, I will just close the movie. Okay, and then return back to the presentation. Let me go here. There are some other movie, but I think because of the time, I think we will just leave it. And then, what is the basis of aeroelastic analysis? The aeroelastic analysis, of course, should be based on certification standard. Okay. So all aircraft should satisfy the standard requirement. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I'm sorry. The voice is not clear. Okay, I will keep continue, and then please, if my time is too long, please stop me. Okay, so the aeroelastic analysis covers this several field here: divergence, contour universal, aerodynamic, load distribution, flutter, and so on. Okay, dynamic response analysis, gas load, drifting, and so on. Okay. This is, for example, the content of the stability requirement. This is from FAR 25.69. Okay, there are A, B, C, D, E requirement. The A here is the general. So it is said that the aeroelastic stability evaluation include flutter, divergence, contour reversal, and so on. Okay, and then the third one here is important. Compliance with this section must be shown by analysis. So we need to do the aeroelastic analysis, antenna test, GVT, like ground vibration test, and flight test. Okay. The one that I like to stress out here is in the analysis and flight test. The flight test is the most dangerous one, as we will see later on. I will pass the aeroelastic stability envelope and so on. Actually, the requirement is long. I have the data, but the time is, I think, not permitted. So I cut just at this time. Okay, so the analysis now. The analysis, because I continued my master and my PhD in US, so I studied the aeroelastic in the SST of the aircraft there. So we can conclude that for the finite element analysis, for the aeroelastic analysis, it consists of two equations actually. The first one is what we call it finite element method, and the other one is boundary element method. So the one who are working in physics or applied science may know these two methods here. Okay, so the finite element is in the matrix M mass here, C damping, and K structure here, the stiffness K. And then aerodynamic, usually we use boundary element method here. So this one is in the matrix A here, Q is the dynamic pressure. Okay, so anyway, I don't want to spend in this very theoretical thing here, but what I like to share here is the importance of predicting the aerodynamic, because perhaps the most difficult one, the most challenging one is to calculate the aerodynamic here. The aerodynamic in aeroelasticity is unsteady. So usually we use what we call it doublet lattice method. The most accepted one is Rodin method. This is in 1998. He used what we call it doublet lattice method. When I was in US, I present another method, which is we call it modified doublet lattice method, or DLM1. Okay, so which is considered to be much simpler than DLM of the Rodin. Okay. What is the most difficult part in this method here is, as we discussed before, in the determination of the aerodynamic load involved. So this is the aerodynamic load here, delta Cp here. Okay, so here to relate the velocity and the aerodynamic pressure, we use what we call it kernel function K here. So this is the kernel function used to develop. Of course, there is a derivation to arrive to this conclusion here. But which is very interesting here is this is also applied math, because here we find another integral I1 and I2 here, which is here I simplified to become IN to make it general. So I1 and I2 is the integral of this type of problem, which is we call it let me see here, incomplete cylindrical function. Okay, so what is the solution for this IN here? It is not until one scientist from Japan proposed this, what he called it, Ueda expansion series. So Tanaka Ueda here is the one who suggested the solution of exact solution of that incomplete cylindrical function, as shown here in the formula here. So this is used in the present method. And then not only that, at the time I did the separation between singular part and regular part. Singular part is because the result can be infinite if you are not completely solve the problem. Okay, and then regular part is fine because it is regular, so finite result. So if this is comparison between the two methods, there are some discrepancies in the first part of the doublet lattice method of Rodin, in the left part, and in the right part, this is the present DLM1 here. There is no approximation in the LASCA or Dismaray series, but I use the Ueda expansion series. DLM of Rodin also mix between regular and singular kernel function. In the treatment that we propose here is we do some separation between singular and regular kernel function. Of course, here it means that I have to develop my own code to calculate. In the left one here, you use Nastran. In the right hand column here, I use my own code to do the calculation. This is comparison, for example, validation of the method. I did by comparison with 11 type of wing. Okay, so the first one is a guard wing horizontal tail. This is NATO fighter aircraft. They, typical for validation of the method. Okay, this is top view of the aircraft. Okay, so as we can see that I need only small number of boxes, only 64, to arrive to the conclusion that the result is like this: 4.321 plus 2.957. I here is complex number. Okay. Why complex number? Because we involve the vibration, so it involves the Euler angle there. Okay, we compare it with the rodent population. So this is Nastran. So in order to achieve the result similar to our calculation there, 64 boxes, they need as much as 264 boxes, which means that longer time to do the calculation. Nissim Lotati is from Haifa, Israel. So they did also some calculation, and they achieved this one here. They use a smaller number, which is 50, to arrive to that conclusion. But the problem is in the Nissim and Lotati calculation, they call it the kernel PCKFM, piecewise kernel function method. It is not as flexible as the doublet lattice method, only for regular wing. When your wing has a complex configuration, then you can. Okay, so this is wing with flap, for example. Okay, I think this is the certification test. Flight flutter test, as we said, that this is the most highly dangerous flight test. This is the regulation. I think I ran out of time. Let me just emphasize here. For example, we go with what we call it design cruising speed VC, or maximum cruising speed. So this VC here is the one that is usually reported in the technical spec of the aircraft. For example, for the Boeing 737, maximum 8, for example, the one who are falling in Jakarta. So the speed is 521 miles per hour. This is what we call it VC, cruising speed, maximum cruising speed. But why aeroelasticity is very dangerous is because of this one. We need to do the test like this, the flight test. Let's say that in the left column here, you arrive to what we call it VC. This is the maximum cruise speed. Then the aircraft should go down, dive, we call it, minus 75 degrees, go down, and then push the throttle as maximum as possible until reaching the VD. So VD is 1.25 or 25% greater than VC. So our speed when you do the flight test is beyond the maximum speed of the aircraft, actually, beyond the VC. So VD is 25% higher than VD. So that's why aeroelasticity is dangerous because of that one. I have the YouTube for A380 flutter test. I think the time is not permitted. This is the facility in PTDI. We can do the flight test for non-critical as well as critical tests. So critical tests we perform, for example, above the Lautan India, Sukabumi, right, near that one, Pelabuhan Ratu, and then and so on. Okay, so this is the facility that we can do even also for the special condition test. Actually, this facility here is conducted at the time for M250, so 20 years ago. So of course now is, I hope it is much better. Okay, so in conclusion, this is the presentation that we have already started. The aeroelasticity is mandatory to perform because of to check if the aircraft is still stable enough for a high speed. Okay, so I like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm taking maybe too much time.
All right, thank you, Professor Erwin, for your interesting topics. It's about aeroplastic space. Now we will have Q&A sessions. And now I already have had a question for you. Let me read the question. This question is from David Budilhur University. Okay. Let me read the questions. In the past few decades, the public had witnessed a few aircraft accidents. What he's curious to know is that if an aircraft had an accident or at least went missing, can the manufacturer still track it after it went off the radar? And as you said that safety is the #1 priority in the aviation industry, what are the significant impacts to the manufacturer if one of their aircraft has an accident? Also, what kind of sanction can FAA give to the manufacturer? Okay, that is the question. Time is yours, Mr. Erwin.
Okay, thank you. So, interesting question. Of course, if the aircraft has some problem, it will return to the manufacturer and the operator. So let's say that we have problem with the Boeing 737 MAX 8, right? So Lion Air is the airliner. So they, of course, they will check the problem is where. What is the problem? Is that aircraft itself or the operator, the airliner? So in this case, then we found that the same aircraft, the same type of aircraft, get the accident again with almost similar cause of the problem, which is due to one we call it MCAS maneuver. MCAS is maneuver control augmented system implemented in the aircraft, which is not perfect. I have the story related to that one, but related to that question. So what is the impact to the manufacturer? Of course, it become impact badly to Boeing in this case, because the design is for this one here is not proven. Actually, Boeing 737 has been sold more than 10,000 aircraft. Boeing 737 itself, but the new one, Boeing 737 MAX 8, at that time sold only, I think, roughly 300 something. So Boeing 737 MAX 8 is actually a new generation of the Boeing 737, the old one, the one that I said 10,000 aircraft already flying and proven that the aircraft is good. So the important one here is like this. I think, as far as I know, 5 years ago, before the accident, okay, there is a story related to that. 5 years ago, before the accident, the Airbus actually developed what we call it Airbus 320 Neo, new engine, something like that, which is a competitor to 737. 737, as I said before, sold very good market for 737. So then Airbus 320 tried to take some market of that one by introducing a new engine to the A320. So then the American airline at the time, American airline contact the CEO of Boeing. This is 2006, I think, or 2006 or something. He said that, how come your 737 has a problem compared to the 320 new engine, Neo here? If you cannot propose a new or a competitor to A320 Neo, then I will buy just Airbus. He said I will buy hundreds of aircraft. So then this is coming, the one that I said market decision. So the CEO at the time decided, okay, we will improve 737 by adding engine on it. So adding a new engine to the aircraft will have a benefit actually, because the certification is less than before. I mean, compared to the new aircraft. So then coming, when they impose the engine, then they need to, they said, they thought that by just imposing, they call it MCSA, MHAS, it will solve the problem of the new aircraft, which is not. I'm thinking that maybe Boeing thinking that 737 is very safe, so they relies on 10,000 aircraft that has already flown. And FAA also maybe overlooked one step there. They didn't consider. But the one that interesting here is because of the market needed at the time a new aircraft, then the CEO decided to include or to improve the engine. But I think there are some steps which is not missing, not implemented completely there. So that's why right to the accident. So because of that one, then of course a big impact to the Boeing. Until now, so FAA do again the certification of the Boeing 737-800 until I think last week. Finally, FAA said, okay, now Boeing 737-800 can fly again, but with some correction which is implemented. And then few days after that, Europe also accepted, okay, Boeing 737 MAX 8 can do, can fly. Canada also approved. So it means that I think the aircraft can fly again, but with the new modification on the software. Okay. What is the impact to the manufacturer? It is really beyond the comprehension. They have a very bad drop in the share, the worst in the last 20 years. Okay, just because of that one. Okay, because of a small glitch, let's say in that way. I know the detail on it, but I think the time is not permitted for this. So what is the impact? The impact is very bad, of course. The Boeing as well as FAA image become worse. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there is one interesting question here. I'm sorry, I just go directly. How do you optimize multi-objective and multi-criteria of flight structure through PMBM with expansion series execution in order to avoid from hysteresis phenomena commonly occur in aerospace and comply with the standard? Okay, sure. Of course, what we do in the MDO here is we calculate several points in the data. Okay, and then we put the let's say surface plot of the data, and then find what is the maximum or the optimum one. So how to combine it? We calculate one by one points, one by one, something like this. Mach number 0.1, Mach number 0.2, Mach number 0.3, altitude 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, until 40,000 feet, for example. We do calculation something like that. Even negative altitude, actually, we do it also. And then after that, from the data, then we can see what is the optimum one. Okay, for that. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the explanation, Professor Erwin. Thank you for Michael from Binus University. Thank you for David from Budiluhur University. Because no more questions, so I will end this Q&A session in this first session of this conference. So thank you for all the keynote speakers who has joined us in this conference. But after we end the first session of this conference, I will not waste this precious opportunity. Let's have photo session with all the keynote speakers, with participants and the committee of the first Kuningan International Conference 2020. So now I invite you to open your camera and please be ready. Okay, so please be ready. We will take a picture together with our keynote speakers. Okay, thank you. And now I need the help of the operator. Please, Mr. Budi Hendrawan, to take over this station. All right, could you give us instruction, maybe 1, 2, 3 cheese, like that? Okay. All right, be ready and give your best smile here. All right, one more. All right, finished. Thank you, Mr. Budi Hendrawan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I will close the first session of this conference, but please don't go anywhere because we still have the next sessions with other professional keynote speakers. The second session will be guided by Mr. Irfan from the lecturer of STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan. So thank you for the keynote speakers in the first session. Thank you, Prof. Erwin. Thank you, Mr. Adam Jerusalem. Thank you for all the participants for your active participation. And thank you for your attention. Please accept our apologies if there are some inconveniences. I am Meliana Nurfitriani from Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya. I turn the next session of this conference to Mr. Irfan. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you one of the traditional dance originating from West Java, Bajidor Kahot dance. It is a combination of tap tilu dance and jaipong dance as the basis of the movement. This dance tells us about the cheerfulness of young women. So this is Bajidor Kahot dance.
Rengkat di kang di pairan nyelenjang, dandanan necis disandingan kuno gelis, rengkat numerna menete kabeng bat mana. Gending rongkak tamah mata, kumprung di panggung geus jadi kagandrung, sok gararetik sapating teu ngarekenek, tepak kendang ngajak ngimplak, adu manis senja, kabeng bateria najan ujul si pesa. Tumpah jidul pada kakot, mual kapok, lekang banyak bagi sopan, mual ngejak bagi nur tuai pogo, mual arek, mual elik jajaken, nimplek di kang di pairan nyelenjang, dandanan necis disandingan kulo gelis, rengkat numerna menete kabeng bat mana. Gending rongkak tambah mota, kemprung di panggung geus jadi kagandrung,
All right. First of all, thank you very much for Bu Melia for handing me this opportunity, and it is an honor for me to get involved in this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the first International Kuningan Conference 2020. My name is Irfan Fajrul Fala from STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan, and I will be the moderator for the second session or for the third and the last speaker. All right, as a part of my duty, I would like to inform to all of you as we have two important information. First, for the presenters or participants who have sent their papers, some of you need to revise your papers that have been reviewed, of course, by our reviewer, and make sure you revise it, and then don't forget to re-upload your revised version to the system of the conference. Remember, it is an important step for you to do so. And for the second information, for all of you who haven't sent the link of the YouTube videos, please don't forget to put the link of your YouTube videos into the conference system so you can download your certificate of this conference. All right, the first two speakers in the first session have presented their papers, and it was a very, very interesting explanation from both speakers, I think. But anyway, for the second session of this event, we will also have at least two really good speakers who have so many experiences in the international conferences. We have, for the third speaker, we will have Professor Dr. M.D. Ma'mun Habib from Independent University of Bangladesh. Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for joining us today. And after Prof. Ma'mun, we will also have a lovely lady, Associate Professor Dr. Mimi Nahari Azwani binti Muhammad from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Good morning, Professor. It is a pleasure to have you here as well. Anyway,
good morning. Thank you very much.
Before the presenters present their papers, I would like to remind to all of you, all the participants, to turn up the microphone while the speakers is presenting. Thus, our speaker's presentation will not be distracted. And during the speaker's presentation for at least 30 minutes, you will have the opportunity to drop your question into the chat box. Remember, into the chat box, yeah? And also on YouTube comment. And don't forget to put your name and also your institution. All right. Now, it's time for the main agenda. And for your information, I'm going to tell you a little bit of Professor Ma'mun Habib's CV. He is a lecturer from Independent University of Bangladesh, and also he is a visiting scientist of University of Texas, United States. And as a researcher, here's the point, his research interest is in the supply chain management, and also he concerned about the production and operation management, and last but not least, he also concerned about educational management, right? And you know what? This morning, I have just browsed from the internet, and I found that he has more than 100 publications. Wow, that's amazing, including conference proceeding and also journals article. So, Professor, are you with us this moment, Professor Ma'mun?
Yes, yes, I am with you.
All right. Good morning, Prof. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. I'm okay. How about you?
I'm fine, thank you. I think it is 1 hour late, right, in Bangladesh?
Right, exactly.
All right. Professor, are you ready to present your presentation?
Definitely.
Okay.
I'd like to do my presentation. Can you give me the host opportunity? Yeah.
All right. You have 30 minutes for your presentation, and after that, we will come to the Q&A session. And the time is yours, Professor.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to give a special thanks to the organizer those invited in this kind of during the COVID. Hello?
Yeah, we are listening, Professor.
First of all, I'd like to give a special thanks to the organizers, especially organizing this kind of conference during the pandemic time. And now we are facing lots of issues due to the COVID-19. However, this initiative for the international conference is a vital issue for the academic part. So thanks again once again to our organizer of this conference. And I'm honored to become the keynote speaker of this conference. Today, my lecture on innovative supply chain model for the tertiary education institutions. I think you already understand, we like to talk about the one supply chain model that could be applicable for the tertiary education institutions, that could be applicable for the universities. So basically, you understand there are two things. One is the educational institutions, this education management. Another is that supply chain. So the two parts we like to cope up with today our keynote speech in the morning. First of all, I'd like to mention that basic supply chain, so that you can understand that why you have to apply the supply chain in the education institutions. You know that if you like to design the supply chain, then you have to remember the three basic entities: raw material, finished product, supplier, customer, flow of goods, flow of service, flow of information, flow of funds. Raw material compound supplier, finished product delivered to the customer end. And as in the service industry, we are talking about the education institutions, the flow of service and flow of information. And this is very important. We like to talk about integrated information. And during the COVID-19 time, we understood that is a very important, especially that if you like to ensure that online education, if you like to ensure that online teaching program, everything like that, in terms of the virtual mode rather than the face-to-face mode. So the flow of information is another key issue. A definitely flow of fund. Without the money, you cannot do any kind of service. So this is also part of the supply chain. So today, I'd like to show you that basic supply chain for manufacturing industry at a glance, so that you can understand that the difference between the manufacturing industry and our service industry, like education institutions. If you talk about the manufacturing industry, that time we should talk about the supplier, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, customer. You know, I like to start it this way. What is supply chain? This is the one chain that will start from the supplier and finish the customer. And now, this is a question that how we design this chain, because it is not very easy to define that from supplier to the customer end. And now you understand that if you talk about supplier to the customer end, it means that we are talking about the raw materials to finished product. So it is not very easy to define the chain from the raw materials to the finished product. So that is our basic discussion for today. In the manufacturing industry, we have to think of the manufacturer, distributor, retailer. But on the other hand, if you talk about the service industry, as you know that the service industry, manufacturing industry, there's a basic difference. The difference is that manufacturing industry, the finished product, and the service industry finished product, there's a difference, tangible, intangible. Manufacturing industry can understand the finished product, say a canned vegetable or packet vegetable, something like that. But in service industry, how it can understand the outcome, how it can understand the finished product. That is the basic difference. So you just remember what I mentioned, that we have to use it to our model when we design the supply chain model, that is one of the issues, is the finished product. So you have to realize the finished product. You have to try to understand the finished product. Say after delivering the lecture, now I'm delivering the lecture, this is the service. So after the delivery of the lecture, if we ask any audience, what did you learn from today's keynote speech? If any audience said, I couldn't learn anything, and during the lecture I was sleeping, and there is no way to prove whether he or she has learned something from this lecture. So that is one of the problems when designing supply chain model for the service industry. So we have to design, and let's see. So we mentioned here the supplier, service provider, customer, and then finally consumer. Raw materials compound supplier, and after the processing, finished product delivered to the customer. And the service provider means if you think the university, then university. If you think the other service industry, like hospital, then hospital. Before going to the main part, I'd like to mention one thing is that, you see the hospital, the hospital supply chain management, this is a service industry. The raw materials in the hospital. Who are the raw materials in the hospital? Like patients. Patients themselves, they are the raw materials. And now after the processing, suppose the patient, he or she has some problem, some disease, after taking the treatment in the hospital, then how about the finished product? Finished product, again, the patient themselves. But we call it the recovered patient or healthy patient, something like that. So that is the one of the dilemma in the service industry, that when you define the raw materials and finished product. Okay. And did you notice another one thing is that in service in the supply chain, the consumer, that's very interesting thing is that, you know, when you talk about the like service industry, we have to think the consumer. Consumer means the end customer, end user. So basically, in the service industry, we assume that consumer is the society. So whatever we do in the service industry, our ultimate target contributing to the society. You know, if you were to ask you the manufacturing industry, if you were to ask you what is the main target, then they will mention that suppose improving operations, increasing the profit, something like that. But in the service industry, we cannot say that hospital, their main target will get the profit. Education institutions like universities, they couldn't say their main target to get the profit. So what they have to say? As a service industry, they have to say that the main target, how they could contribute to the society. So contribute to the society, so consumer the society. And that is our turning point, that how we can add values to the society. So once a time, I just look very carefully at the supplier, service provider, university, being the university, the consumer, and finally the consumer. Customer, then finally the consumer. Raw materials come to the like finished product, raw materials will be converted. So our target, how we can convert this, so that is our discussion. We can apply supply chain management in different industries, like manufacturing industry, vegetable supply chain, poultry supply chain, fishing industry supply chain, ready-made garments supply chain, textile supply, so on, so on, so on. On the other service industry, we can already mention an example, education supply chain, hospital supply chain, tourism supply chain, banking supply chain, and so on. You know, if you ask me that in terms of the research on the supply chain management, about 87% research on supply chain management and manufacturing, and only just 13% research on supply chain management and service industry. It seems to be that supply chain management research and manufacturing is a very common phenomenon. In fact, it is very easy to define raw materials, finished product, but supply chain management and service industry is difficult to define, because sometimes some of the researchers, they are confused about the raw materials and finished product. Now come to the question that why you have to be supply chain management in the tertiary institutions. We are just look very carefully. If you ask what is the main outcome of the university, so we like to produce the graduates. Okay. Another one thing, we like to produce the research outcomes. And the question will be that, is it only our target to produce the graduate or produce the research outcomes? No. Our target, we like to produce the quality graduates, quality outcomes, so that those quality graduates, quality outcomes, they could contribute to the society. That is the ultimate target, what I said earlier, the consumer. We like to contribute to the society. Okay, by producing the quality graduates, by producing the high impact outcomes. So there is some of the necessity of the supply chain management in the service industry, especially the institutions. There is other reasons we don't want to talk too much because we have some time constraint. And look very carefully to see evolution timeline of supply chain management, basically history of supply chain management. As our focusing point, service industry, so we like to give the more example based on the service industry. In this timeline, if you look very carefully, that basically supply chain management started their journey by the name of the logistic management. Supply chain management started their journey by the name of the logistic management. It's very interesting thing is that this concept initiated in the defense army. This concept initiated in the defense army. So basically they are working for the logistic concept. And then this is starting point. And around the 1970s, supply chain management concept was matched by the name of the logistic management. So basically logistic management is the previous name of the supply chain management. But still, if you ask anybody what is supply chain management, they will start from there, logistic management. So that is the starting point, what I said earlier. And then after the 1970s, supply chain management started their name. So it comes from the logistic management and logistic incorporating supply chain management. And around the 1980s, officially supply chain managers started their journey. This is the official term that we are using, supply chain management. So nowadays, when we are using supply chain management, that means everything is one umbrella, that's supply chain management. If you ask anybody what is supply chain management, somebody says that inventory management, somebody says the warehouse management, somebody says distribution, somebody says manufacturing, somebody says raw material, somebody says consumer, somebody will talk about the customer, something like that. But if you talk, when you say supply chain management, that is all are components of under the one umbrella, that is supply chain management. And initially, supply chain management research was only the manufacturing industry, particularly the flow of goods, flow of materials, something like that. And then there is a very good initiative. Supply chain management was started their journey in the service industry in 1985. 1995, supply chain management, they started their journey in the service industry. It's a very good initiative. And that was the Professor Dr. Farni, he developed the one model for the National Health Service. And then there was a research going on in the manufacturing industry, service industry. There's another milestone. In 2007, there was the educational supply chain management model was developed. In 2007, basically Professor Lau, he developed the one case study based on City University of Hong Kong. That is the ongoing initiative, this supply chain model for the educational institution. And the 2009 ITESA model was developed, which today we discuss. And that is the first empirical study. In 2007, educational supply chain model, Professor Lau, he developed the model based on case study. As you know that case study could be journalist concept. So that's why 2009 ITESA model was developed, the first empirical study. And then 2012, the redesigned ITESA model in order to apply the practical field, especially the user-friendly and more easy to understand, something like that. So if you look very carefully, supply chain management started their journey officially in the 1980s. Now 2020, only 40 years. So it is very new. In terms of the other area, like if you talk about the marketing management, if you talk about the HRM, that is the 200 years, 300 before this setup. On the other hand, supply chain management started their journey. And if you ask me that supply chain management in the service industry, you see 1985, only 25 years. 25 years, this is nothing. So I suggest you that those are participants here, if you are the master's level student or PhD student, then you have to think in future how you can apply the supply chain research in your PhD dissertation, master's thesis. Because you understand as a new, so you can add more values in terms of research. Okay, so what I mentioned earlier, most supply chain management research on the manufacturing industry, I already mentioned 87% research, and 30% research on the supply chain management service industry. But if you compare the educational area like academia, supply chain management in academia is very poor level. It's very poor level. Out of 30% research or 5% research on education supply chain. So that is the one vacuum. I would say that this vacuum should be filled up by our researcher. And now this is our time that how we can add more values of supply chain management in the service industry, how we can do the more research on supply chain management in the service industry. Okay, so this is some of the example how we are applying the supply chain management in the manufacturing industry. This is an example from the ready-made garments industry, the supply chain management in the service industry, the supply chain management in the textile industry. So on the other hand, now comes to our main part, supply chain management for the service industry. The first one, the tourism supply chain. Our tourism supply chain. Okay, I don't want to talk about this one. Then educational supply chain. And what is mentioned here, today basically we discuss about the integrated tertiary educational supply chain management model. That is our discussion point for today. And you understand this is supply chain management model for the tertiary institutions, for the universities. That ITSA model was developed based on two theoretical frameworks. One is that theoretical framework like O'Brien and Kenneth. Professor O'Brien and Kenneth in 1986, he did the one research on education supply chain, but that was just a survey. That was the business survey only. So as you know that business survey, there is no model, so it is not well accepted. And then Professor Lau, I already mentioned, he did one research on the business case study on city wrong. And based on this two research, he got the point that how to proceed for education supply chain. I'd like to request the participants, audiences, to give more concentration on this part. This is basically our target for to discuss today, education supply chain. How we are applying supply chain management concept for the tertiary education institutions, especially the universities. If you look very carefully here, if you see that input, process, and output. Input, process, and output. Supply input, the two input in the university. One is the student and the internal and external projects. And the two output will be from the university, one is the graduates and then the research. So we are talking about the two input, so you get the two output. And if you talk about the in terms of supply chain, I would say that input is recognized as raw materials, and outputs will be recognized as finished product. So now you understand that how we are applying the supply chain concept upon the tertiary institutions. And don't forget, please, that our main outcomes will be delivered to the society. So our target, how we can add values to the society, how we can contribute to the society. Okay, now simplified from supply chain management for the university. You notice that a few minutes before I mentioned that one model, that the basic supply chain for the service industry. So now we like to apply that model here. You see there is a supplier, service provider, customer, and then consumer. And we divided supply the two segments, education supplier and research supplier. We divided the customer into two segments, education customer and research customer. We divided the service provider university by this four segment. Education development, education assessment, research development, research assessment. And I think as everybody is here from academics, most of them, even the industry people, they also come from the academics. So we are familiar with this one. We are mentioning that there should be 4 activities in the university. If you like to launch a new product, if you like to launch a new department, new program, new school, anything new in the university, we call it as the education development, academic development. But after the development, the next question is assessment. It is not like that you like to launch a new program. What is the program? The tourism management. But if you couldn't get the number of students, then even if you, after graduation, you still couldn't get the job. So that means something wrong. So that's why we say that when you launch a new program, a new school, a new department, definitely it's a development, but you have to confirm the development. How you can confirm the development? We call it assessment. So yeah, we have to do the assessment. So education development, then education assessment. Similar research development, suppose today we organize an international conference. So this is a research development, no doubt. And now next question will be the assessment. How about the conference quality? Conference quality depends on the many factors. So we have to try to apply that. So that there is the assessment, but we have to check the conference whether it is standard or not. If you see that there is a speaker only for the local speakers, then you can see the international conference. You need the international speaker, at least the qualified speaker, so that the people, they can browse the speaker from the Google option, they can check how about the condition of the speaker. You are inviting the one of the speaker, he or she has no idea about the research. How he or she will deliver the lecture that you speak. So it is create the problem upon your conference in terms of quality. It is a conference, no doubt, but question the quality. That is how we call it assessment. Same thing, if you publish the paper in the journal, at least we are assuming that the journal should be peer-reviewed journal. At least peer-reviewed journal. Yeah, maybe the Web of Science in the journal or Scopus in the journal is the better standard, but at least peer-reviewed journal is the minimum qualification for the journal publication. So university will benefit this one. Usually what is said is the PhD level. If you publish one Scopus in the journal, or you can publish the 2 peer-reviewed journals. So you try to understand that how you can understand the quality of the journal paper. So that is the research assessment job. Okay, so I'll give you a few examples on the supplier and customer in the next few slides, so that you can get some idea of what is the supplier and customer for the additional supply chain management. But did you notice the one thing is that we mentioned raw materials, the supply input, and this is the finished product, supply output. But did you notice there are two things we mentioned here? Customer consuming output, customer supplying. What is that? It means that after the university, maybe some of the graduates, some of the graduates after the graduation, they can think they will again come to the university for the higher studies. So they have to return to the university. Or maybe after the MBA or after the Masters in Engineering, they're planning, they like to do the job in the university. Again, you have to back to the university. So that is what we call it customer supplying input. So it is possible, right? Okay. Now, I'll come to this one later on. Before that, I'd like to give the example on the suppliers and customers. So let us see example of the suppliers. We divided suppliers into two segments. One is the education supplier and the research supplier. So education supplier example, we divided the education suppliers into three segments. Human supplier, non-human supplier, and fund supplier. What is it? Human supplier means student supplier. Supplier of students. Supplier of faculty. So what is this? I just give you one example so that you can think. You know, there are some universities in the world, they have their own university, own college, own school. Say McDonald University, McDonald College, McDonald School. So it means that if any student they study in the school, they can get the admission in the college free. And they can get there's a possibility they can get the admission in the university. Supply of the students for the university. I'd like to give you another example. I visited Stanford University in 2011. Stanford University is number 4 university now. So I remember there is a summer time, and that time university officially was closed. But when I visited the university, I surprised the daytime. I noticed lots of kids. They were flying. They were taking a picture with their parents, something like that. I was surprised. And then I asked them that what happened here. They say, university, they have some collaboration with the schools. During the summer time, the schools, they can open the summer camp. School, they can open the summer camp in Stanford University for 1 or 2 weeks. You just think, if any student during the school time, at the age of the 8 years, 10 years, if they took the picture in the Stanford University campus, so what is the meaning? It means that he or she has intention to take the higher studies at Stanford University. Supplier of the, what I said earlier, that there is a human supplier. So that is the way that Stanford University is getting the students. Okay, so similarly, what I said that the supply of the faculty members may be university, different university, or maybe the adjunct faculty, contact faculty as well. Okay. And then come to the next one, that non-human suppliers, like university stationery materials, like university multimedia projector, university smart devices, university, they have the like stationery materials, whiteboard, and then other something, like IT supports, computers, and like that. And then next one is that fund supplier, money supplier. Basically, the family member, they can provide the tuition fees or maybe the self-funding if they are doing the job. In that case, it could be like scholarship program as well, like a public or private organization, they promote scholarship. So the fund supplier. So 3 types of supplier in the education supplier: human supplier, non-human supplier, and fund supplier. And now comes the research supplier. Basically, research supplier, the 2 types of supplier. One is that internal research project supplier, external research project supplier. Internal research project supplier means university, they will do some research project internally, and they have to fund the research project internally. So university will provide the fund to conduct the business, to conduct the research project. And PhD. PhD is also kind of a research project. By the PhD, university will produce that findings. By the PhD, university will produce something, publication. So that is a PhD program. Sometimes they are providing the scholarship with PhD students. And second one, external research project supply. External research project supply. You know, suppose the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Commerce, They are providing some of the research project to the university. And the university faculty member, they can join the research project with their student. We call it the RA, research assistant. Those who work as the RA. So look very carefully. That is an external funded research project. So that is a government, could be the government institutions, or maybe the international research organization like IEEE, ACM, they always provide some scholarship for this project. So what I said that it is a research suppliers. Internal research project supplier, external research project supplier. Now customers, basically divide the customers into two segments, education customers and research customers. Basically you understand the customers, those who get the benefit directly. If you ask me the education customer, I would say the graduate themselves. Those who provide for fund, their family members, their parents, siblings, something like that. They will get the benefit. Employer of public or private organization, they will get the benefit by the graduate. So they are the education customers. On the other hand, research customers, you know, when you invest the money for the research, your main target is the findings. So research finding is the customer, research customer. Research publication is customer. And then if you publish journal paper, conference, this is the customer. Because you know that this journal will be used by another one. Your conference findings will be used by another one. Your further study will be utilized by the prospective researcher. So this is research customer. Externally, if they provide the fund, same thing, they like to see your findings. So this customer is the findings, publication, something like that. Okay, so now go back to this one, integrated supply chain for the universities. If you look very carefully here, it's the integrated form. We divided this one by the two segments, education supply chain and research supply chain. And then I think we have some ideas, so no need to explain too much. If you look very carefully here, if you look very carefully, you can see, if you start from the top side, this is the education supply chain, this is the research supply chain. At the top side, education supply chain, education supplier, then student, and then education development, education assessment. Basically, this is the university, and graduates from there, the education customers, and the consumer, the society. So this is the top two center. And then if you think the bottom side, research supply chain, then again, research suppliers, research project, research development, assessment. This is the outcomes from the university, and finally this is customers finally contribute to the society. This is the bottom side. So what I will do, if you look very carefully, your ultimate target contribute to the society. If you see this integrated supply chain, this oval shape, if you think the integrated way, you see the first oval shape, supplier, second oval shape, supply input, raw materials, third oval shape, university, next oval shape, supply output, finished product, next oval shape, customers, and last oval shape, the consumer. So what I say, what I will do in the education supply chain is ultimate target how you could add values to the society. And that is the main concept of the education supply chain management. Okay, so three distinct levels of supply chain management in the university. We can apply the three distinct levels, strategic planning, operating level from the supply chain management for the university. Like the strategic level means top level management of the university, like university president or vice president or maybe vice chancellor, pro vice chancellor, something like that. And phase the dean, program director, head of the department. And finally, phase 3 is operating level. Basically, this is for the regular faculty members, staff, something like that. So what I will do, your ultimate target that you have to produce the graduates and research outcomes. And that could be contributed to the society. You know, we are talking about the our final outcomes of the education supply chain. Basically, this is our final outcome from education supply chain management. First of all, graduates deserve quality, and then quality outcomes. I don't want to discuss in details, but if you're interested more about this one, I suggest you can go to the Google and you can write down the model name, ITESCM model. You can get lots of things in this business. You see, we mentioned here, we identified the two parameters, the like graduate benchmarking and graduate value enhancement in order to get the graduates with deserved quality. And what I said that we define some of the factors like research involvement. We said that university students, they should have research involvement. It is not necessary that all students should be the researchers, but at least you need some of the basic knowledge on the research. So today, university organizes this conference. Why they organize the conference? Main target is that the students, they should have to acknowledge about this kind of conference initiative. So that is very important, value added. If you think the ICT, students should be the well-equipped and well-informed about the technological advancement at the values. Okay. Ethics, we always mentioned that without the ethics, we could not think that well-being of society. And now comes the question, how the university can teach the students the ethics. If you say that we can organize one seminar for the ethics seminar and students will join the seminar, it's very difficult to trust because students, they are not willing to join this kind of seminar. So what I can do? We can do this one, okay. There will be one or two seminar on the ethics, which is mandatory to get the certificate. Means, undergraduate students, they can get the certificate if they cannot join the one or two ethics seminar. So there is a free credit, but yeah, at least you have to give some of the pressure to join the ethics seminar. And you see, it's a 3-hour ethics seminar, and then automatically the speaker, he will explain the lots of things. Maybe the students, they are not feeling well to listen, but there's some long-term impact. Do you remember in the childhood, we had the class, physical exercise class. At that time, we don't bother the physical exercise class. But now, at the age of 30, after 30 years, now we understand that physical exercise is important for us. And you know that I noticed that Christian university, they have this kind of program in the university, like ethics seminar. So as we are if you are the Muslim, I think it's also our responsibility, we have to teach this. So otherwise the question will be there, the graduates, they are doing the corruption after finishing the study. This is not the good impact of the higher studies. And finally, the quality outcomes, basically I already mentioned this, this is our findings. Your findings will be applicable. Suppose, you know, there is one student, he finished his PhD. Now his PhD findings will be published in a book. That book will be used the prospective researcher. Prospective research, they will publish many publications based on this book. Means there is some quality research. And there is no finishing point of the research. It's continuous process. So that is our target, that we have to ensure the quality outcome. So we need the research director who will take the initiative to confirm the quality of research. Okay.
Professor?
Okay, sir. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I will remind you that you have 3 minutes more for your presentation. We are sorry.
Thank you so much. You see that this is that ITESM model, basically this is our main discussion, and that's why we spend a few minutes on that one. If you look very carefully here, we mentioned, if you look very carefully here, we notice that there is basically in this model there are 3 parts. Education supply chain, left side, research supply chain, the right side, and education management. So in education supply chain, education suppliers, and then students, and basically the university education management, and then we will get the graduates, education customers, and the society consumer. On the other research supply chain, research suppliers, there is this project, and then it go to the university, this is outcomes, and finally this is customers, and towards the society. And this is the education supply chain, this is the research supply chain, and this is education management. And in the education management part, you can see what you said earlier, there is 4 activities: education development, education assessment, research development, research assessment, and then the 3 decision levels: strategic, planning, operating level. And we identify the 4 factors in the university, like a program establishment, university culture, faculty capabilities, and facilities. So 4 factors: the education development, education assessment, the development, assessment. So as we have the time constant, I am not explaining too much about this one. If you could ensure that good quality education management, then we can get this output quality graduates and quality outcomes that could add the values to our society. Okay. If you are interested more about this model, ITESA model, I like to request you can go to the Google and write down the name, and I believe you get lots of things. You know that after developing this model, now there is a practical applications going on in the different universities in the world. There's few universities in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Turkey, UK, US, India, Pakistan. These countries they already applied. So in order to determine that university operations and their latest condition, outcomes, and then they can come to some decision. And not only that, we also designed that on suitability index to come up with the decision about the university operations, and that will come up from the ITSC model findings. Okay. Basically, this is the first level application research that we did, and that investigates thoroughly from the input to the output, raw materials to the finished product, to the education supply chain management. And our one of the target is that real case application, and that's what it is that already is going on. But we like to say that more universities have to check this model whether it could be applicable for the university operations or not. And by this one, they can also get the latest information, the current information. So basically, by this model, ITESA model, our target is to add the two contributions to the society. One is the human research contribution by producing the quality graduates, and research contribution by producing the high impact outcomes through ITESA model. Okay, so I don't want to extend my lecture here. So thank you so much. So now, if you have any question, you can ask me, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
It was a very clear presentation of your topic, and I think it is important to have SGM knowledge to improve the quality, especially in education, right? All right. Before we go further to the question and answer session, Professor, would you mind if I highlight a little bit about your presentation into Bahasa Indonesia?
Sure, carry on.
Okay, thank you. Jadi, para hadirin sekalian yang hadir di Zoom meeting ini, setidaknya ada 4 komponen dari SGM atau Supply Chain Management ini. Yang pertama kita punya supplier, and then kita punya juga service provider, and then customer, dan juga konsumen yang memang akhirnya akhir dari SGM ini adalah ada di masyarakat atau society. Misalkan dalam dunia pendidikan, ya, supplier ini bisa berupa temuan-temuan yang didasarkan pada kajian-kajian penelitian yang tentu direspon oleh institusi atau universitas di pendidikan tinggi, dan juga hal tersebut diolah lalu disampaikan kepada siswa atau mahasiswanya, sehingga nanti pada akhirnya masyarakat yang nanti akan mengambil keuntungan dari supply management system tersebut, begitu. Dan kurang lebih seperti itu. That's according my best understanding, of course. Thank you, Professor. Now we are going to have a question and answer session. Let me see. Is there any question in the chat box? All right, we have a question, I think, Professor, from Michael. The question is about what would be the best auditing technique that can be utilized in education HCM, and how to implement this. Wow, it's a really good question.
Good question.
Thank you. Professor,
thank you. Yeah.
It's your time to answer the question.
Basically, as you asking the auditing technique, and And if you think that university auditing and manufacturing auditing will be the same, it's the wrong approach. Education institutions auditing a little different, should be different. Like, say, what I said earlier, assessment. So education assessment, there is a qualification center, or research assessment, and there is a qualification center. Basically, they will formulate the KPI. They have to formulate the KPI, key performance indicator, and based on the KPI, we have to judge one by one. Say we like to judge, like what I said, to 4 factors, like program establishment. So based on the KPI, we have to check the program establishment, the education level, or the research level. We have to check that based on KPI, what is the content of university culture, faculty capabilities and facilities. We have to judge based on this one. And another one thing today, you notice that 3 decision level. We have to check the strategic level. So when you do the auditing assessment, you should do that 3 decision level. It's because your strategic decision maker, university, like what you call it, board of trustees, the board of directors, they say that this university will be the teaching-based university. So in that time, you cannot implement the research. If the management of university will be the research university, so you have to patronize the research. Then maybe this kind of organize the conference, journal, others will be there. And as I'm involved with the journal as editor-in-chief, so I also noticed that some universities, they're patronizing the research project, and that's why they're going to publication. But some universities, they're not patronizing. So what I said that your whole assessment or auditing, what you said, it should be like that, that the proper formulation will be there. Like the KPI will be there, based on KPI we have to check one by one, and there is some score, internal assessment, then maybe the external assessment will come up there. Okay, thank you.
All right, that's a clear explanation. Thank you, Professor. And we have also a request, I think. Would you mind to share us your PowerPoint presentation after this? Because there are many...
Sure, I can.
All right.
No problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for your time and for your explanation. I think there's no more question, and it means our third session of your presentation is up. And thank you once again, and I hope your explanation about the CM will be beneficial for us as educators and also as researchers. We hope to see you again, Professor, in the next occasion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see you again. See you again.
All right. Thank you, bro. Anyway, before we go further to the fourth or the last presenter, I would like to remind to all of you, the participants, please, you can fill in the attendance list that's shared in the chat box, and then put your names on, and then don't forget to put also your institution. Okay. And anyway, even this is an international conference, we still have a space to welcome your question, whether is it in Bahasa or another language, and then we can translate it if you don't really understand about English. All right. For the fourth professor, the last but not least, we will have a presentation from Professor Mimi Nahariah Azwani binti Muhammad. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Can you hear me?
Are you with us this moment?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear us?
Can you hear? Yes, I can.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay. It's already afternoon, I think, in Malaysia.
Yes, it's 12:35 p.m.
Oh yeah. How is living there during pandemic,
almost
Professor?
lunchtime. Almost lunchtime.
All right. I hope it's getting better over there, yeah? And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, Professor Mimin Nahari Azwani is a senior lecturer and also very passionate researcher from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. And remember this, her research interest is on education, especially English education and English for specific purposes. So, without any further ado, Professor, you have 30 minutes for your presentation, and then we will go to the question and answer session for at least 10 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I just want to know that you can hear me. Can you all hear me? No. All right. Yes? Okay. Okay. So, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, or is it still morning in Indonesia? So, I'm going to talk about technology in enhancing English language teaching. So, I'm passionate in the area of education for my research interest. I'm also passionate about applied linguistics, more specifically on English for specific purposes, and also in professional development and professional identities. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about technology in enhancing English language teaching. Now, we all know that technology has basically control our life. Whether we like it or not, everything that we do, almost everything that we do involve technology. For instance, we have online banking, we have bill payments. I like paying my bills online. I don't like to queue up at the counter anymore. I like to do online shopping where possible. I like to do food deliveries, but of course I can't do that all the time because sometimes it's almost expensive. And then also we conduct meetings nowadays due to this COVID-19 pandemic. We conduct most of our meetings through online platform. And also now we are in the 21st century skills that we need to, in the context of higher education, higher learning institutions have the responsibility to produce future workforce with the 21st century skills, and including technology skills, in ensuring that the 21st century student outcomes can be achieved. Higher learning institutions need to provide sufficient support systems. All right. So as such, higher learning institutions need to keep up with the technological advancement in equipping future workforce with relevant skills and competencies. So in doing so, educators or teachers or academicians in higher learning institutions need to be equipped with basic technology skills. So these are all the basic, some of the basic technology skills, the common technology skills that all educators need to know, specifically in terms of word processing, in terms of web navigation skills. We need to know about finding information on the internet. Otherwise, we will be left out. We won't know anything about, for instance, supply chain or about the aircraft and things like that. So we also need to know about electronic presentation skills. So to attract students' attention is no more depending on chalk and talk. You need to have some kind of additional materials or additional aids to help in the in providing interesting and meaningful learning environments. Okay, so basically technology has transformed education. These include ways in which educators frame their teaching, meaning that how teachers or educators teach in the classroom, or the approaches that they use in the classroom have basically changed or influenced by technology. They need to create the learning environment by integrating technology or communicating with students is no longer within the classroom per se. You can also communicate with your students through WhatsApp, through Telegram, through a phone call, or even from video conferencing. So, and then you need the infrastructure. The infrastructure, the tools, and the teaching aids also have changed. So no longer, previously you have a different infrastructure. You have different facilities. Previously in the classrooms, you only have a classroom only with the whiteboards, but now you have whiteboards, LCD projectors, you have the screen, or you also sometimes have to use the internet in the classroom, in the physical classroom. So many years ago, as I said, teachers and educators use blackboards to teach, but now they need to change that to something else. So if before this you have teachers or educators cutting papers, producing cue cards, producing visual aids using papers, newspapers and whatnot, now you have the technology applications to help teachers and educators to produce visual aids in assisting their teaching, whether in the classroom or whether in online. Okay, so back then education was limited because you don't have this technology, but now access to education is limitless because of now you have the infrastructure, you have the system that supports, and then you can use the technology to produce your teaching aids. And the teaching, the roles of the teachers also have changed. So previously we are so used to teachers standing in front of the class, teaching and giving the information to the students, teachers as the sole provider of knowledge, but now it's no longer the case. Students can access the internet to get information. You have all other resources that can help you in providing the knowledge, the information needed. So the teachers are no longer the the controller or the sole provider of knowledge. They are now the facilitators. All right. So sometimes you have students who are more intelligent, have more knowledge than the teachers. It's because they have more access to the knowledge because it's now, knowledge is limitless. They can go beyond the borders. Like in Indonesia, you don't only access information in Indonesia alone. You can access information from Bangladesh, from Texas, from Australia, and so on. So knowledge is now limitless due to technology. Okay. So students' learning needs also have changed. So they no longer depend on teachers alone. As I said, they have access to other knowledge, sometimes not so good knowledge also. So sometimes it's difficult to control that, but as an educator, as a teacher, we try as much as possible to educate the students to be aware of what kind of knowledge that they can gain from the internet or from technology. Okay, so they can get information just by a mouse click. Okay, so according to Burns and Flans and Niels, students experience lapse after 30 seconds. So that means when teaching, students can no longer, students are not able to focus 100%. Like when I'm giving you like a talk now, you will focus for about perhaps 2 minutes, and after that you will lapse thinking about something else, or it's lunchtime, I'm hungry, what should I get for lunch after this? Then come back to what I'm saying. So it's the same as students. They are not able to focus on a lecture for a long time. So by using technology as a medium to help teachers or educators in the classroom, these could help in the students' learning. Okay? All right. So as I said, students experience lapses after 30 seconds to 2 minutes into a lecture. Sometimes the most will be 2 minutes, the fastest will be 30 seconds. So and then after that, they will think of something. They may think of something else, and then they will come back and listen to the lecture. And then this process will continue. So what should we do to maintain the focus of the students, to help the students to focus in their learning? So every now and then, you need to use the technology. Okay. However, technology can lead to negative impacts if teaching and learning is not well structured. So technology as a medium can help us to share knowledge with the students and help develop skills and competencies of the students, can help boost students' motivation, but it also can lead to negative impacts if the teaching is not well structured. All right? So you need to see technology as a medium, not as a tool. It's a medium to share knowledge. It's a medium to develop skills and competencies. It's a medium to boost students' motivation. What is a medium? It's like a language. Now I'm using a language. I'm using English to share knowledge with you. Or I can use Malay or Bahasa Indonesia to share knowledge with you. Or I can just use sign language. So that is the medium. So technology should not be seen as only a tool. It should be seen as a medium to share knowledge. So we need to integrate technology into education. Okay, so by using technology, as I said earlier, teachers are no longer the sole provider of knowledge. Students do not need to focus on the teacher 100% to get the knowledge. They can also look for other sources from the internet, from other digital materials that can help them in their learning. All right, so that can promote autonomous learning. Autonomous learning meaning that students are responsible for their own learning. They get to choose what they want to learn. They get to choose how much they want to learn, whether from the classroom itself or from any other sources. Okay, in the context of English language teaching, English language is a second language in Malaysia. So I understand that in Indonesia it's a foreign language. It has a foreign language status. So in Malaysia, students have to learn English for 11 years. So it's from the primary to the secondary school. Okay, but learning English is not always pleasant for some students. It's not always, they don't always have a pleasant experience, perhaps because of the approaches, perhaps because of the situation here in Malaysia is more exam-oriented than learning English for communication purposes. So perhaps those could contribute to the environment where learning English is not a pleasant experience, or learning English is not that effective. Okay, so we need to boost up the students' motivation in English. So how do we do that? We know that students' motivation in English language learning, mostly they lack motivation to learn. Okay, perhaps because earlier, as I mentioned, they have unpleasant experience, or learning English was not fun for them at all. But having said that, there are students who have good experience in learning English. and they have performed well. So you have to look at both situations. Some of them are good, some of them are, do not have the pleasant experience or good experience. Some learning is meaningful, some learning is not meaningful. So at higher level, in higher education institution, so we do find students who are not motivated to learn English, and although they acknowledge the importance of English, but they just don't have the motivation or the interest to attend English classes, or if they do, it's sometimes because they have to or they have no choice. So in Malaysia, when they go to universities, they still have to undergo some English courses, sometimes for 3 semesters or sometimes for 2 semesters, depending on their level of proficiency. Okay, so it all depends on the teaching materials, the delivery, and the teachers in making the learning meaningful and in increasing students' motivation in English language learning. All right? Okay, now, in terms of technology, there are studies that have shown that technology can increase students' motivation and confidence. But again, we need to be aware that if not well structured, if the teaching is not well structured, technology can lead to negative impacts. Okay, so technology is believed to be able to promote a positive attitude towards learning, language learning, and also can encourage interactions between students and also between teachers and students. So it's not just in the classroom, they can communicate outside the classroom. With the current situation now where teaching and learning are online, I can see from my students that when they are online, they like to type. They don't voice out if they want to say anything. Some of them prefer to type out. But when they are in the classroom, you can see that sometimes they are too shy to speak out. So because it's online, they can type out, so they can participate in the learning. So this is where autonomous learning comes in. Okay, so they have the responsibility, have a choice to learn, whether to voice out, whether to participate in the learning. So that is how technology can help in learning. So we need to integrate technology. Of course, we need to be selective. It's not that all the time that we need to use all kinds of tools or all kinds of applications in just one classroom, or we need to use the same tools or applications all the time in the classroom. We need to be selective. We need to design the class, what kind of tools, what kind of applications that we can use in the classroom or we need to use in the classroom. So the use of technology in English language teaching can be applied for both physical and virtual classrooms. So because now the situation is the online teaching and learning, so most of the classes would be virtual classrooms in many countries. So by integrating technology into English language teaching, it can provide opportunities for autonomous learning. I've given one example where my students prefer to type their questions and prefer to type to participate in the discussion rather than voicing out when they can't have that opportunity when they are in the physical classroom. Where they would be shy to voice out their opinion or to participate in the classroom. So in a way, by integrating technology into English language teaching can help increase students' motivation and confidence. So hopefully in time, these students who only type out their opinions or their questions, they would have the confidence in voicing out their questions and opinions directly later on. So hopefully, in time, my students will be able to do that. So at the moment, I'm happy to for them to just type out as long as they participate in the learning. So, in using technology, it can be physical classrooms, it can be virtual classrooms. So don't think that when it's physical classrooms, you don't need technology. You can still use technology. You can still use the internet. You can still use the applications to conduct your teaching and learning in the classroom, in the physical classrooms. And of course, virtual classrooms, you will need to use the technology. You need to use applications and other visual aids to help out with the virtual classrooms. Virtual classrooms would be more complex and challenging to get students' attention compared to physical classrooms. All right, so in terms of virtual classrooms, it can be synchronous, which is real time, or it can be asynchronous, which is students just connect to the internet, go to the platform, learning platform, and just access materials and do the tasks on their own, but of course with some instructions by the teachers or the educators. Okay, so these are some of the examples that I've used in my classes. As I said, you can use this for physical and also for virtual in terms of synchronous or real time. Of course, for physical, you don't need Google Meet. You can use YouTube, you can use Padlet. Okay, so this is an example of Padlet. This one is Padlet, where I will post questions after they have watched the video. Let's say it's in a physical classroom, I will display the YouTube movie or the video the students will watch. And then they will have some kind of discussions in the classroom, and then they will type out their answers. So if I use this same material for virtual classrooms, I can give some instructions or some feedback or comments on Google Meet. And after that, I will break them up into small groups. You now have this feature on Google Meet where you can break them up into small rooms, and they can go into these small rooms and do their own discussions without disrupting other small groups. Then they can after the discussions, they will do the task on the Padlet. Or you can also use other applications like Google Documents, or you can use the Google sharing whiteboard or blackboard sharing. Where students can use that to post their discussions or to post their opinions or questions. All right, so these are examples of physical, face-to-face or virtual classes. So this is basically the lesson that I used. I will give them a short lecture. So if it's in a physical classroom, even in physical classroom, I will not take too long to give a lecture, because as I said, students have difficulties in focusing on a lecture for a long time. So they need to have a kind of a break in between. So what I normally do in my classes would be a short lecture, maybe 5-10 minutes, or I show them a video and then I will give some feedback for a brief feedback, and then they will do some one task, or perhaps I will give them a short quiz using Kahoot, where this is a kind of a competition among them, just to get them their attention, and at the same time just to see how much they have listened to my lecture. Then I will continue with another short lecture or maybe another video, and then answer questions on Google Form or even on Padlet. And then in the end, I will give them another task where they will do the task on their own. So this is an example. You can use this as a physical classroom, or you can use this as a virtual classroom. But of course, in terms of a virtual classroom, the approach may be a bit different because virtual classroom is a bit difficult, it's a bit complex to get students' attention. But then again, you allow them to type out their answers in the chat box, for example, if they have any questions or if they have any opinion that they want to share. Okay, and then this one is a virtual classroom asynchronous. This is where the teachers or the educators do not need to be in front of the students. They don't need to be to have a face-to-face class a session, for example. They only need to use a platform where they can put up materials with all the instructions there. They can use the WhatsApp to give some more clarifications on what students may not understand, and also to help out with the instructions on what students need to do. So this is the platform of Google Classroom. This is the platform where they will submit their work. For this one, I used Google Drive. Now, you need to be aware that for Google Drive, if you are using your personal Gmail, your Google Drive, your drive will not be that much. I think it's about 15 GBs. But because I'm using the institution's Google Drive, so I have unlimited storage, so I'm not worried about students submitting their work to my Google Drive. So they will submit this to my Google Drive, and then I will check that. You also have these applications or features where you can just mark the task or students' work online. Okay, so you just need to go and search for these applications. I use an application or extension called Kami to help me with the marking, online marking. Nowadays, you can also use Adobe, where you can mark the tasks or assignments online. Okay, so this one is the YouTube video that I produced for my students to give them some explanation on compare and contrast. This one is a bit long because that time it was my first attempt, our first attempt that time. The COVID-19 pandemic was such a something that just emerged without any signal or any warning. So it was my first attempt. So after that, all my videos are not more than 10 minutes, perhaps 8 minutes or 7 minutes, because it's difficult to get students' attention if you provide a video that is too long. Okay, so this is the lesson for asynchronous, where I will give instructions on WhatsApp so that they will go to this Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a platform, it's like a LMS, learning management system, where I will upload the tasks and also the materials that they need. And then after that, I will also put a link where they can go to Kahoot and sort of answer the questions. This is a quiz. Kahoot is a quiz application, and then after that they will provide write an essay in a Google document. So this is the flow of the lesson that I have designed for asynchronous. All right. Okay. So the challenges in using technology is basically, as usual, technical issues. Sometimes you have the computer is not working, the internet connection is poor, no connection, and things like that. So these are the challenges that happen anywhere. Poor connection, technical issues are the main challenges that we face when we use technology. And the other one is the competencies of both educators and students. How much do they know how to use the technology? How much do they know how to use the applications, for example? If you have not heard of the game application Kahoot, how are you going to use it? If you don't know about Google Classroom, or the students don't know how to use Google Classroom. So these are the challenges that need to be overcome, that need to be resolved first. And then the support, if the teachers or educators and students do not know what kind of support that they can get in order for them to use these applications or to use the technology. And also, do they have the facilities? Do they have the computer, the laptop, or even their mobile phone? Are their mobile phones have this features where they can upload or download any materials or any applications? So do they have the infrastructure, or how much do the university support in terms of infrastructure? So these are the challenges when using technology that we all need to face and need to find some resolutions. We can resolve them, sometimes we don't. All right, so I think that's it for my presentation, 30 minutes on the dot. All right, thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Azwani from Malaysia. It was very interesting topic, and it is relevant to the current context where technology plays a big role. All right, now we will have the question and answer session. Let me see the chat box. Is there any question? Anyway, Professor, while we are waiting few question. Oh, we have a question from Michael Sick. The question is, what you think does the best semantic net look like to identify detailed technology specification requirements to improve teaching and learning activities in various educational systems? It's from Michael, from Binus.
Okay. Semantic net, do you mean the connection? Michael? Okay, cut you right here. Okay, anyway, in terms of identifying technology specification requirements to improve teaching and learning, it actually depends on your purpose of how do you design. Sometimes you have to design the materials or teaching and learning, or frame your teaching according to what you have. If, let's say, you don't have any internet connection, so how do you go about it? So I've heard of some efforts of students who are left out because they don't have any internet connection. So what they did is, was that they produced a CD and then they sent it out to the students. So that, in a way, helped to overcome the problem of students being left out from teaching and learning. And if, let's say, your laptop does not allow you to download so many applications, so what you can do is you can use online applications instead of having to download the applications. So it all depends on how, what you have. You do not really need to go and get yourself a 10,000 ringgit laptop just because you want to use the technology. You use whatever materials or technology you have, and then try to choose what kind of system, what kind of applications that your computer can support. For example, in terms of this video conferencing, for example, some video conferencing platform use a lot of data, need a strong connection. For example, Skype, it needs a strong connection. And also Google Meet actually needs a strong connection as compared to Zoom. Zoom needs less strength in comparison to Google Meet. So in terms of that, you need to look at what tools you have, what equipment you have, and try to go around that. You don't really need to just because you must use Google Meet. Just because you want to use Google Meet, because Dr. Mimi presented last time she used Google Meet, so I must use Google Meet. And you know that Google Meet will use a lot of data, and Google Meet requires a strong connection. And you go and find yourself a data that can support this. So it's actually not necessary. It's up to you how you go around what you have. Okay, but then again, if you can afford it, it's fine. But if you can't, you have to make do with whatever you need. And as I said, it's not necessary that you must have this application, that application, or that equipment. You use whatever you have, as long as you know how to design for teaching and learning. All right? And in terms of, that one is another question, sorry. Can I just straight go to the next question?
All right, we have another question from Abdul Bais.
So,
the question is, how effective the methods that you use for your students' academic achievement, and how do the students respond to your method that you use?
All right. Okay, as I said, this is my second semester. Last semester when we started off teaching and learning online, it was such an abrupt transition. So I did not really have that much experience. Of course, we have started with online teaching before, but it was a bit different because we still have like 70% face-to-face and then 30% online. It's not like now where it's 100% online. So previously, I used most of the time asynchronous. And students were not ready with full online teaching and learning, and they also had some problems with connection, and they had problems sitting in front of the computer from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. because my class was not the only class in a day. So I did not, it was not that effective during that time, and we were still learning. But this time, alhamdulillah, I could see some improvement. I made some kind of changes. I made sure that I have my WhatsApp group with me. I have Google Meet, and also I have my platform. So far I can see full attendance, almost full attendance at times. When they were not able to attend, it's because they had something urgent or family matters. So I could see that the class went on pretty well, because I think the most important part would be where students can meet you online. They can see your face, they can see they can have interactions with you, even though it's online. And even though if they just type out their questions and answers. And I kept on asking questions to them, and I called out their names randomly to make sure that they are there. And this time around, as I said, I have structured it in such a way that the lecture part is just a short lecture, and then they did something, an activity. I could see that they are responding well so far. I'm yet to look at their performance, academic performance, when they have their results at the end of the semester. But so far I can see that they have more participation compared to my previous students, where I did most of the time asynchronous, and I let them do the work on their own. This time I asked them questions. I made sure that they did it during the time. If it's 3 hours, I did it within 3 hours, and if they need more time, some tasks I will give them more flexibility. I will give them more time. And then when they are online, I don't force them to turn on their camera, because some of them have connection problems. And do you know that when they switch on their camera, they will use data to project their picture and to receive pictures from us. So as much as possible, I don't force them to turn on the camera as long as I know that they are there. Okay, I will keep on calling their names, I keep on asking questions. So I guess at the moment I can see some good impacts on them. So I hope to see their performance at the end of the semester.
All right. Thank you, Professor. Actually, we still have 3 more questions, but the time of our session is up, but we still have 3 minutes maybe. Would you mind to answer one more question for the last question, Professor?
I think I would answer Herunas. Now this is quite an interesting question. Yes, education is not only about knowledge, but including character of the students. And then technology is important tools for study, but it's not effective. As I said, how effective it is, it depends on how you design the teaching and learning. I have shown you one study, though I have discussed with you that technology can give negative impacts, and also technology can give positive impacts. Right? So it's how you design your teaching, your materials. It's not just the materials. It's not just making your materials into digital. It's how you design your lesson for that day. I've shown you how I designed my lesson. It may not be a perfect lesson for you, but you can customize it according to your students' needs. The environment of your teaching and learning, the environment of your students. You know your students better, so how do you frame the teaching? It's not the technology that is not effective. It's how you frame the teaching and use that technology as a medium. As I said, it's not a tool, it's a medium for you to help the students build their characters, to help them develop the skills, to help them obtain knowledge. And that's it.
All right, Professor. Thank you very much for answering all the questions. And thank you for giving us new knowledge, especially on technology for education. And I do hope that your explanation will be very beneficial for us, especially in this current pandemic of COVID-19. Thank you, Professor, for your time.
Welcome.
All right, all of our keynote speakers have presented their papers. It means that we have come to the end of this conference. But anyway, before we close the session, I would like to remind to all the participants who have sent their papers, and then you need to revise the paper that have been reviewed by our reviewer and then re-upload to the system of the conference. And also don't forget to put the link of your YouTube videos into the system, and after that you will get the certificate of this conference. Alright, at the end of the session I would like to say thanks to all the keynote speakers, and I do hope that the information we have today will be very beneficial for us. And also, in the meantime, I would like also to say thank you to STKIP Muhammadiyah Kuningan and also Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya for organizing this conference, and to all the co-hosts which has been very supportive, and special mention of course for all the committee who have worked very hard thus the conference can be held, and to all the participants who has been joining us from the start in the morning until now, till the end. Thank you very much for the presentation. And to officially close our conference and our session before because we will have one more session, parallel session after this, after the break. Let's say hamdalah all together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Amir Van Fajrul Pala signing off. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and we will see you again in the next event. Thank you very much.